Hello and welcome. Welcome to Drakenmemoria. Yay! What is Drakenmemoria, you may ask? Well, it's Dungeons and Dragons, or more specifically, a group of people playing Dungeons and Dragons. And no, it's not 4 people in a chair playing Dungeons and Dragons. The chair will be filled by someone in a few moments. So you can see him just by. Well, don't know what he's doing, but he's there. He's playing ninja. So, yeah, Dungeons and Dragons. If it's not something you want to watch, well, go away. It's really. We've been doing this for a while now. Why are you still there? Seriously.
Did you fall asleep?
You've been there from last time? But hey, who knows? Accident happen every week at the same time for 4 years. So I think you need to admit it to yourself. You actually want to be here. It's okay. We won't make you say it, but just admit it to
Yeah,
yourself.
it's kind of like after the eighth or ninth child. It's like it can't possibly be an accident. You can't just accidentally fall into someone's vagina. At least not that many times.
Well, it depends. Maybe it only happened 3 times, but every time you got triplets. So
Oh, let's not even play with the statistical odds of that.
it already did happen in the history. That person, I believe, is in the Guinness Book of Record. Didn't only have triplets.
And I'm back.
Yay! Just in time for the end of the conversation about triplets. So
He's listening.
In the game and in real life.
good. So, we have 2 twin brothers. We're just talking about triplets.
For what?
I want, I want Tobiashi to have that face at least once. Alright, so for everyone else who actually wants to be here and watch all of this become a Dungeon and Dragon game, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you among us. If you're new, welcome. If you're not new, welcome back. And for publicity, if you like the thunderstorm in the background, it's Ambient Mixer. That's a website where you can make your own ambience. You only have to pay when you download it. And 98% of their library is royalty free so long as it remains ambience music. Just read the fine print when you build one. Every sound that you take has a little fine print to tell you where they took it. Only a few of them actually do not have a open license like this. If you like the world map, it's Wonderdraft, of which I do stream every Thursdays. We are building a large map this time. And if you like the battle map, that's Dungeon Alchemist, which I do not stream because it costs a lot if I want to do this. Wonderdraft is the result of Wonderdraft is royalty free. The result of Dungeon Alchemist is not. But it's because I'm too small of a channel that I don't have to pay anything. That doesn't mean I don't want more people listening, If you know people, just bring them in. We can still add 1 or 2 digits to our numbers of followers before it even becomes a possibility that we might have to pay anything. So come on, please, add. I'd love to have at least 1 more digit, go from 124 to 1,240. That would be nice. You have until next year. My birthday is already passed, so you have until next year. So, please, that would be nice. Yeah, I think that's everything. That's all the publicity. I even talked about my birthday. All right. So,
My birthday's this weekend.
yeah, that's right. I have them all here.
I will be streaming, and yeah, it's just new everything. So if you want to come see that,
I'll try to be here. I don't think I have a contract for Sunday and Saturday, so I may be free to at least come by and say hello. At what time are you going to be there?
all weekend,
All weekend from
from Friday to Monday.
I mean the time. I'm pretty sure you're not 24 hours a day.
I'll try.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to do.
All right, 72
We'll
hour
see.
stream. Then let's go.
Yep.
Well, I'd love to send you a cake, but they don't allow it.
I don't like cake
Incidentally,
anymore.
how would you like to design your tombstone?
With a lot of flowers, hopefully.
Well, that
Should it look like a snake head?
flowers depends on the number of friends you have. So, just make a lot of friends and you'll have a lot of flowers. If you don't make a lot of friends, you'll have graffitis.
Graffiti? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Friends bring flowers. Enemies bring desecration of grave. So. Okay, I thought someone would come down. Alright. What happened last episode? I think it's about time we start. What happened last episode? Oh yeah, well, we're still in our talking phase, so a lot of new information's been given, and a lot more information is going to be given. So, last episode, having split the party to take care of their to-do list, the party started to reunite with one another, and an inevitable conflict erupted as ideology differences were reignited. Mainly, it's the left part of the screen with it's the upper part of the screen against the lower part of the screen, and it goes in the next. So, our paladin religion, or one could say cult, depending on the point of view, has started to grow to respectable size and initial. Oh, yeah, there's a word missing there. I hate it. I lost my sentence. Okay, our paladin's religion, or cult, has started to grow to respectable size and. Initially, that's what's missing. Initially offered our paladin much to be proud of. Unfortunately, the other half of the group learned less respectable events surrounding the growth of the religion. Eventually, the argument ended in a draw as neither side could convince the other of being the holder of the ultimate truth. Now, our party has decided to reach the bard they had commissioned to make several research while they were adventuring. And I think that's exactly where we left off, to the minute. Exactly where we left off. With the exception of, I wanted to take this note before I erase them here. Which is food and beverage. That's the velvet crown. let's research. I don't know who that is. Alright, everything's there. Velvet Crown. That's the name that I was missing from the guilds. So, oops. Don't need that anymore. Don't need that anymore. Don't need that anymore. Hey, that frees up space. I can write things on my piece of paper now. That's always nice. It helps.
I mean, admittedly, it takes up a few gigabytes of space on my end, like detailing every aspect of audience's physique.
Well, especially since Remy has started drawing, you know, he really needed to come back to his room to set all of the drawings, because now it's a tapestry. It covers the entire wall, and it's starting to go also on the other walls and on the, especially the ceiling. You know,
Like, I even also have like a shrine dedicated to him. And suddenly, audience is getting a second burst of power because the severe amount of devotion to him is actually deifying him.
And so Remy takes 1 level in Warlock.
I mean, hey, the only things I can't multi-class into are Ranger and Barbarian. Those are explicitly... Oh, sorry, and Paladin.
Yeah.
He can multi-class into the remaining classes, but the ones that need strength, no chance.
So you have it, audience. The moment that you start gaining enough power to become a religious icon, Remy becomes a warlock.
But then that would go against, you know, audience's views about magic and...
Oh no, I'm pretty sure it's not, because Remy would be receiving
church better than a clan.
his power from him,
Sure.
and he's okay with his own powers.
Was then he'd just be a, I guess, celestial warlock?
Celestial warlock.
Hey, Sachet is.
Oh, wait, how is there not like a dragon warlock?
Because
I think it's so that I think it was specifically so that they didn't eat from the draconic sorcerer's lunch.
Or because they're lazy.
I mean, there's a lot that goes into making sure that you're not like retreading ground, but just in a different class, because then otherwise people start comparing those two things, and
Yeah. Why don't you make one, Andre?
You know what, I will.
I mean, I could.
You know enough about 5e. I know you do. You can make
Yeah.
you can make one.
Why do I feel like I'm gonna receive a request for help?
I mean, I already know what I would give a warlock whose patron is a dragon, but
Yeah, all the draconic sorcerer stuff.
no, I'd actually go in a different direction, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that would be interesting. I would be up for the challenge. I mean, you've all met a dragon that is old enough to become a patron for warlocks. So, hey.
I've
Well-
thought about making a witch class before. That it's new spells that are based heavily on like dot damage over turns, but I haven't exactly figured out how I would do it yet.
Well, it's mostly a question of taking the right spells. But
But how to create spells that instead of doing like how spells that do like consistent like 1d8s or 2d8s over time and then have debuffing effects, basically.
Well, you'd need to create spells, I think.
Yeah, that would be the complicated part, and finding the balance of that.
Well, hey, we can try and figure it out. We have two classes that we're. We already have one class that you talked to me about that you wanted maybe to make, so. A shaman. Similar to those in World of Warcraft. I mean. I think it wouldn't be all that hard, but I don't think we're there for this. We're not here to create a new class. We're here to play Dungeons and Dragons.
That's a different stream, guys.
Yeah. I actually wouldn't mind, you know.
Chat about it in the map making stream.
Yeah. You actually make a stream about this. That could be nice. Let's build a class, people. Now you will know the horror of having an ex-programmer who was infamous for his bug testing. So, I believe we left off as we were just about to reach out to the bard that you had commissioned. Or within the next 10 minutes. You just left the audience's church. You had a fight about all of this. Then you went to the inn. And this is where you talked more in depth about your problems with the audience's religion and thing that might happen. So I think you hadn't left yet. I think you were still in there.
Yes. We were still in the silenced room.
Yes. Minor magical protection. Yeah.
Wait, how do I plant this thing?
What?
Oh, I was saying I come back in.
Oh, yeah, because you went out, you planted Onak, and he scolded you because he is lacking power.
Yeah. I come back in, I'm like, how am I supposed to plant this again? Oh. I'll just sit down.
You say this just as audience has the orb in his hand about to talk. No, I think audience, you gave your orb. I think it's someone else's orb you have.
Yeah, it's you'd have to use Remy's or one of the other people's.
Yeah, he's currently would be using Raimi's orb.
Yes, Raimi or one of the other people, because the other people don't exist in the party anymore.
Yeah.
They don't like his religion.
You know, it's always funny to think about how, like, very flexible, like, Raimi's orb is. It's like, he's not using it that much. Just give it to somebody else.
It's the party's orb.
It's the extra orb.
Alright, I'll ring up the Silver Knight.
Alright. Takes a small moment. As always, you go to Syrah, and Syrah tells you that she's going to reach out to the bard. He should pick up. They've actually used this services a few times. Other people wanted to have research done, and when it was learned that there was someone commissioned already, he got more work. So he should probably answer. Sometimes he's busy, being a bard. So you wait for a moment. Then after maybe a good 20 seconds of waiting, the orb opens. But it's not the silver-tongued bard who answers. You immediately see the face of Nefa, the half-elf monk that actually told you where he would be. You see her face. She looks a little tired, as if she had gotten out of bed not long ago, And you just hear, "Hello, you've reached the Silver Tongue Bard. He is currently busy being a Silver Tongue Bard." You hear the voice of the Silver Tongue Bard. "How many times did I tell you not to use the orb for..." They do give contract. They probably paid for the room we are in right now. Ah, come on. They know. Yes.
Is this a good time? Do you guys need a couple minutes?
And then like suddenly like a blanket slips off and
I'm like, do you guys need a couple minutes? I can call back, I guess.
Ah. Well, that's been a while since I heard all of you. No, don't worry about
sorry,
it.
more time shit happened.
Of course, as all good time nights go through, I believe. Oh, goodness. I still forgot to remove the Fighter Monk tab under Tobiyashi.
Use the name.
Well, one of the Tobys is still a fighter monk, so...
Yeah, like one is still a fighter and one is still a monk. It's accurate.
I should put a hyphen, not a slash. Yes, of course, as all good time night needs to. No, don't worry. She likes to answer the orb and makes innuendos to make people uncomfortable.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm just calling because, as you said, it's been a long time, and
it's been a while since that. Sorry.
Yep. So we were wondering what you had, if we could kind of get a rundown of the stuff you discovered. We appreciate all the time you spent on it.
Well, you paid for it. It's normal that I'd research it nearly all the way there, but I hope you had my message. I did leave a week's worth of research free in case you had one last question.
Okay.
So, I believe I wrote it down here.
And of course, if we need more, we'll just zelly him.
Some cell.
Right.
Is that how it's pronounced?
This here.
I thought it was Zell.
I've heard Zell. I've heard Zelly.
Who?
It's.
Who are you talking about?
It's a form of transferring money between banks and accounts.
Oh, okay. No, because there is an NPC called Zal. That's why I was saying, who are you talking about?
No, we're not talking about the NPC. Unless he wants to give us money, in which case we are talking about him.
I mean, what else am I supposed to do with all of these DM notes that I stole from you when you weren't looking? I'm actually very impressed by the stats of the final boss.
Well, yeah, especially since, you saw the name, so you know.
And don't worry, I won't tell anybody.
Good. All right. So, yeah. All right, so, anything you want to start with, or do I just go with the first thing that comes to mind?
Let's... I don't know. Let's just go down the list, I guess.
You hear Nafa in the background. Oh, this is probably going to take some time. I'm going to go get some real breakfast. You see her leaving from behind him. She takes a moment. She looks in the orb. Just go, bye. She is wearing the, let's just call it the minimal attire of a monk.
Fair enough.
Tobiyashi, you've seen this all your life. You know, before you started going outside the world, you thought all women dressed like this all the time.
Yeah, where's everybody's cleavage at? I can't believe. Like, was underboob outlawed in this? Shit.
No, for some who might not know what the normal attire for a monk is, bandages wrapped very tight around the chest so it doesn't move and doesn't hinder your movement while you're kicking someone's head in. Although in most culture in the world, women weren't part of a monk organization, but during the Middle Ages there were some women, at least in Europe. The rest is, I think, depends a little bit on what you do. But I think that Tobiashi, if you move your head, we can get an example of it. Without the cape.
Yeah, without the cape.
So it probably looks something like this. All right. So, where do you want? Where does your list? Your list starts.
Well, I don't. What do you guys? I forgot which questions we asked. I don't know where to.
I didn't ask
Just
the questions.
have you start from the top.
Yeah.
All right. Well, initially you asked me to research about prophecy and the hunter god. Now, I believe I did give you a little bit of information about the hunter god when you reached back. For me, it's been nearly 10 months. So, I guess for this, there's not a lot more to be said. The hunter god was once a druidic god. He was imprisoned a while ago and was forgotten in its prison. When he was taken out, he'd gone completely mad. No one knows exactly who took it out of its prison, but it's most likely a god. He's been doing his thing ever since. Now, there are some rumors that the fact that his emblem is that of a black wolf is meant to mirror another god. Probably the god who took him outside of this. Which ties a little bit to another research you had me do, audience, about 4 gods. Come back to this after. There's not much else to be said. He wants to come out. He wants to regain its power. This is why his little cult has been growing, and as all gods do, a ripple of this, of his intentions, went back and forth through time from your perspective. This is why some people started worshipping him before he got freed. Well, at least an avatar of him got freed. I believe you were there, if you can believe the rumor. There are some indication that he's trying to use his own avatar as a mean to fully realize himself. Sort of creating a double of himself so he can, from outside the prison, fully unlock his own cage. Not sure how he's planning on doing this, though. It would imply that the god who freed him didn't free him completely. He just made a crack inside of this. I don't know what kind of appearance that would have, but celestial prison. Allowing him to make an avatar of himself and starting his plan. Now, according to what you're saying, it branches back to the prophecy you were given. So maybe these 3 trophies are what he needs to unlock the cage from the outside. Now, the 3 trophies here, that's a little different. The essence from the shadow of a god. Well, this can refer to a lot of things. Could mean a literal shadow. Shadowy god. Of course, a lesser god driving its power from a greater god could also work. Blood from the shadow of a god, but that would mean that he is looking for divine blood. Third option is literally he's looking for the blood of another avatar, the shadow of a god. If he can make another avatar bleed, then it would technically be the essence from the shadow of a god. Because I'm pretty sure he can't use his own essence.
Yeah. Do we know of any other avatars? I'm trying to think.
Yeah, any avatars, gods, or
Well, there is one possibility.
I mean, there's the one person at the
There's
bottom
you.
of the wizard's tower. There's. I appreciate the compliment. I would not call myself an avatar.
Not yet, anyway.
There's what's her name? The chick you talked to talk to the other dragon. Or I guess she was the dragon's avatar.
she?
Audience would technically consider that an avatar of a god, so yes. But again, I think she's more. I think she's closer to a champion, similar to me, just further along. Audience doesn't want to say more powerful.
Then in that case, well, if you don't want to say more powerful, then yes. But if you're okay with her maybe being more powerful, what would be between a god and a mortal would be a saint.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And actually, I was going to say she's probably closer to a saint than a.
The
avatar.
Avatar is like their manifestation here, not a servant.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Technically, audience, you'd be forced to say that you personally know of an avatar. Because your god walks inside of your village. So technically, for audience and audience alone, you believe that this is an avatar.
Yes.
Otherwise, your entire
Your
village
god
would
is
have
under
gone
threat,
insane.
audience.
They're coming after my god. No, I don't. No.
Gods walk among us.
Technically, Shay's father would have been kind of father.
Adoptive father, yeah.
Adoptive father would have been
he
an
would
avatar.
Probably either be...
Kind of.
Well, no, not exactly. He's more either of a...
Avatar isn't a servant. It is
Yeah.
the god projecting
So
itself.
he's either an angel from a god or a saint also.
Or a saint also.
That's it.
Okay.
Unless the rules of your world work differently. It's like a god could potentially use a servant or a champion and have them serve as an avatar. But
Yeah. Okay.
Technically,
I'm
yeah, no, he's right. He's right. Technically, for a brief moment, Nefa was an avatar when she gave you that prophecy, but it probably ended the moment she stopped because her eyes stopped glowing and she fell unconscious.
yeah, and I don't think anyone got her blood during that time. So probably good on that count. Who else do we know?
I don't know much about my master, but I don't even know if he's like holy or anything.
Well, here's the thing. You've seen him fight once before, completely unchain his power. And from your perspective,
His power
although
level is over
audience
9,000.
would probably disagree, you would put a an exiled on the same level as a greater dragon. They are that
All right,
powerful.
I'll say it. Not saying that he's an exiled, but saying that my master might
Specifically to piss
be
off
one.
all.
But other than that, I don't think there's any other people that we know personally.
That are avatars.
Well, obviously, if we have a black wolf, the counterpart is a white cat.
I mean,
I thought you were gonna say a white wolf.
audience, would your person thing be considered an avatar or a god? The thing that's at the bottom of the wizard's tower.
I
Well, what
think
you read in that
would
book I
be
lost. Yes.
an avatar.
It would be an avatar.
I believe so.
Because we did see the hunter cult guy on the island.
Uh-huh.
So,
Hey,
Fisher, there is an element of unknown in who's calling you. Because when you were inside the dream, you saw it reach power that were enough to feel like it was burning your very soul. But every time it reached that kind of power, the chain would bring it back down. And that's when it would spew out a soul. That's the dream you had. So maybe an avatar, but maybe also, and that's a possibility, something trying to ascend to the level of God.
Uh-huh. All right.
Okay, so nothing immediately I could say we could set up like protection measures for, unless we're
Yeah.
missing something.
Also,
Nothing.
I don't know what even like. Just what protection measures do you set up for the avatar of a god?
From your
Like
perspective,
just
there's
let them know they're in trouble and then they can handle it. Because what are we gonna
Yeah, yeah, pretty much that. Don't let this wolf avatar dude get your blood.
well, if
Yeah.
it's two of the options we said, they're protected by the mist right now. And
Well, they're also technically
And
protected
a
by the wizard.
do? Wizard.
the wizard, yeah. Other than that, I got nothing.
I don't know. Are there any avatars you know of on this chain, Silverbard? You've been here longer than I have.
well, technically Remy can readjust that for you because Remy remembers the actual name of the Silver Tongue Bard. So
I was gonna say, do
It was
we
like-
know? Do we know his name?
yes, he did say it.
I mean, I probably have it. I just didn't look at my notes at that moment.
Would you? Actually, I'm trying to remember if you guys were actually like there when you said it, but
I wasn't there.
Randy will just kind of like
Skahadrin.
lean in. Yeah.
I have it.
Okay.
Do you know of any avatars, Skahadrin?
Well, usually there are not a lot of those in the world. will draw a lot of attention. So I wouldn't think that there are any avatars on this island chain. Unless it's very recent or they are very good at hiding it. Granted, some gods do not seek attention. So you may be looking for a quiet god. A god that likes
All right, it's
to
Remy.
mingle among mortals. If you go outside of the island chain, well, of course, if you go in the more central region of the world where there's a lot more people, a lot of humans, I'm sure you can find somewhere a god that has created an avatar, especially to promote his own church.
I'm not going to worry too much about other regions right now. I don't think the hunter cult's gone that far.
Well, it has been a year.
That's true. I mean, if my church is airships, they might have airships too, I guess.
Been
But-
a year, Daddy. Sorry.
And again, that's not something I think we're going to immediately be able to deal with or know about. I'm not going to focus my energies there.
Right. Well, to answer that, I did hear a few rumors that they were starting to branch out to other island chains. Few of their members have been seen in the neighboring islands.
Okay.
But growing a cult to the size of a religion and a respected religion takes time. Eventually, their facade of being there for the people is not gonna last. Just let's face it. It's a hunter cult. They're not here to help. They're here to hunt. They prey on the weak. Right now, they
Head
mostly
slowly starts turning.
Right now, they mostly prey on the weak of mind to increase their numbers. But eventually, they're going to prey on the weak of body. Just because they can. It's a predator cult.
If only there
How
was
far
a
out
way
do you think
to call this.
have they made it?
According to rumors I've heard, not too far. I think on each of the neighboring island. Although it is strange. Did hear rumor about a few of their acolytes appearing in different regions of the world, as if they'd suddenly gained the ability to fly long distance. I mean, maybe they did loot something somewhere that gave them enough money to create an expedition on another island, or maybe they stole enough to have their own ship, but
He froze for you guys, right?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
did I at least keep talking?
No.
Well, you
No, you
froze. You stopped.
You stopped
So you
it
said
somewhere.
they might have found something somewhere.
Okay. He said they might have found a cache of money somewhere, attacked a base and got enough money to buy a ship or buy an expedition on a ship, but I don't think it's something we'll ever be able to know for sure.
Okay. Again, that's not gonna. All right, let's move on to the next part of the prophecy.
A feather hidden inside of a dream.
We know what that is.
Oh, good.
Hopefully. Wait, I'm just guessing.
He
We
just
do?
proceeds to burn all of his notes. Well, glad that's settled.
Yeah.
Shit. Now, well, I'm guessing it's the dragon that we saw in there, right?
Well,
The dragon with the feathers?
That's one of the things that I was going to talk about. One of the option. But, in prophecies, it usually is something, especially if it was given to you specifically, it usually is something that relates to what you're doing. So if you have an idea, I'm going to go with that option. Yes. There is something called a feather. It's a ritual that some dragon can perform. It creates a servant. The form can vary. It can be an image of themselves. Depends on what they want to do. They usually create a loyal servant, one who is going to live and die for the reason they have been made. They can usually easily be recognized as they have blind devotion to their cause, to the point of dying, to the point of being ready to sacrifice anything for this cause.
So, if the dragon dies, does the feather die, or will the feather keep living?
No, there's only two ways for the feather to revert back to a feather. Either the feather dies, in which case it means that you were able to bring that guardian to the point where his enchantment are going to fail, and he is going to die. It is a magical creature failing, so it's not. It will be easy to recognize as it's not going to start losing blood. It's going to start losing magical energy. So it doesn't go down, it goes up. If they die, they revert back to a feather. The other way for this to end is if he accomplishes the reason why he is there. If he was there to protect a ruined, so that an artifact may never fall in the wrong hand. If the right people find the artifact, then the guardian may revert back to the state of a feather. Now the question is...
What if they fail?
Then as long as it is possible for them to correct the problem, they will stay there. They will be in prison in that form. If the artifact, for example, if the artifact they were protecting were to be stolen, they would be stuck living until the artifact is recovered, which can take hundreds and hundreds of years. You'd be looking for an extremely bitter guardian.
Did we take any artifacts from back then?
No.
Sure.
Did not.
I swear
think,
there was like a vault scene where somebody grabbed something.
I don't know about. So we know of two things. We don't know about, or do we know about? Did Remy ever tell us about the dragon he met, or on the ship, or no?
Yes, you were extremely jealous of the fact that he met.
Yes. Okay. So we know that dragon, who we thought maybe was one of the dragons of the past, still exists. We also know that there's an adventure in the garden, a high-level adventure that can turn into a similar-looking feathered dragon.
He said that this was a gift for helping a dragon. The dragon gave him the ability to summon him if he wanted to.
Yeah.
So my thing is, if he wasn't able to protect it since the place that we were in the Dreamport got ruined, right? If he wasn't able to protect it and that was his job, if he failed, would he still be there? And if not, is he still alive?
Well,
as if he might have gotten the thing he was trying to protect, right? And left?
If he was there to protect a temple and the temple got destroyed, he would die defending that temple. Mm-hmm. So unless you were able to take him out of the temple, chain him in some way, and force him to watch destruction of this temple, he would be dead.
Okay.
Remy, did the dragon end up giving you a feather, or no? Or a scale? Or did you return that to him?
Raimi shakes his head and just minor allusions. The captain giving over a box.
Okay.
He was returning the feather. He let it go, and the feather just and flew back to the dragon.
Okay, so dragon. So we know that that dragon has feathers, but we don't know. No one else we know has a feather.
You know that he once gave a feather, and that feather was returned to him today, in the present. You don't know when he gave it.
Yeah. But we know he has that feather back. So we don't, I think, know of any other feathers.
Well, the feather can have any shape or form. It depends really on what the purpose was of this feather. Usually you're going to have to look for someone who did something for dragons. It is a gift that they grant. It is not something that you can pry from a dragon.
Well.
Are you guys ready to go on another dream? I mean,
Dream.
The past. Sorry. Time Nights.
I mean, if I can ever get another audience with the silver dragon, which is debatable, I could ask about it. But yeah, that's the only dragon I
like that'd be a big ask for.
No, not asking for a feather.
Oh, okay.
Just like about if they like information, if they know of any other feathers that have been like given out and stuff.
Or maybe tell them not to do that for a bit.
Dragon business, you know. They might know about the dragon deets, the dragon tea. Get them to spill the tea. You know what I mean.
So, well, if you think you know, and you think you know a dragon that might have done this, this may refer to that. It only depends on you figuring out where the feather is. Judging from the way that this is worded, a feather hidden within a dream, I think you're going to have to go looking into a dream. Which, according to what you said, might tie back into another research you had me do. But let's finish about this one first. The last one, the will of an unbreakable mind.
We might know one person who has that.
Obviously, sorry.
Good. Care to orient me in the right direction then?
Yeah, the person right now is captured and being somewhat controlled by the wizard on the island.
The construct Civ that joined us on our journey to the Misty Isles and was
abandoned there.
Sure.
I'll go with
bad, but not
for this one.
Abandoned,
terribly inaccurate way of putting it.
No, it's
Well, God, why do I keep forgetting what my teacher was? He's a
exiled.
exiled. I still think it could be him. I don't know. Civ kind of seemed like his will was broken a little bit, you know?
I think he was being controlled. I don't think his will was broken because it shows that he's still fighting against even the control now.
Well, actually, that's an information that only Tobiyashi has.
Oh, well, sorry.
But I thought I told everyone everything. Yeah, I'll explain that.
Okay. Well, I think you told Fisher, because he's the only one that you told everything that you had been told. But maybe you told the audience. You did say that you
right,
made sure...
that was the message from the sachet.
But...
Yeah.
You intentionally left out the fact that audience shouldn't step outside without head protection.
Yeah, I think that was the part he left out, not the stuff about Civ.
So maybe the rest was...
Well, not everything. But...
Yeah. So Civ is still kind of fighting, so he could still be him, because I wouldn't say his will's been broken.
Well, in that case, you have someone whose body can be broken but not mind. So maybe that is him. Then You have two possibilities.
So we have 3 things on that island that's being protected right now.
If it is the person that you're looking for, either you find a way to remove his soul from his body. That is a way to take the will of someone outside. Or he will give you his last will. Which means the only way you can have it is by letting him die.
I'm gonna hope it's not him.
Wait, so do we only need to get rid of one of these things for it not to work, or
We just need to make
Technically, I
sure they don't get all of them.
Yeah.
all of
we
them?
should
So
make sure
if
they
we
all
only
get
got rid of one of them and they got the rest, would it still have them, like, would they still be able to open from the outside?
Well, it seems like some of these you could get. I mean, they're extremely rare, but they're not one thing.
It could be multiple sources.
So we can't like get one of them and like destroy it and then be like, yeah, we're good. We don't have to worry about it anymore.
Some of them would be extremely difficult to get again. The will of an unbreakable mind, that's not easy to find, but it's not impossible to find.
Yeah.
And of course, anyone getting their hands on a wish spell, a wing of wishes, could simply cheese the whole thing out and with 3 wishes get 3 trophies. So you are fighting against an enemy that you do not know their resources. You only know that he doesn't have access to 3 wish spell.
Yeah. I'm still all for just taking the offense to the hunter cults. We can just figure out their locations, destroy them, or their major players.
Every time, well, I mean, we did that last time and they just recuperated like rats.
Yes, but we didn't take out. I wouldn't say we took out. We don't know the true leaders of that I mean, we have some names for leaders of that organization, but we haven't taken them.
Remy,
We haven't taken them out.
there's probably, for you, it hits probably a bit more the idea of the will of an unbreakable mind, because you have in your mind a recording of every single person who might die because of your group. You're not sure about who is who on some of them, but each and every one of them, the moment that you heard is the moment before they die. So any one of those could be the will of an unbreakable mind.
Let's be careful to not leave corpses behind, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a body bag.
Oh, I feel like I should give a reward for how you managed to bring that in. I am
Not exactly
impressed.
what we meant, but you know.
I'm just saying. Shooting ideas off.
Just for that, you have a feeling that there's a god somewhere between here and the end of the campaign who's going to give you a reward for some reason. You're not sure why.
Nice.
It's like
It's
I
the
was
mischief
hanging
one, I
out
knew it.
watching that. That was funny as shit. Good job.
That good shit. I saw you through the protection
By
room.
the way, side note, is the hag with the cursed ring still inside there?
No, I gave it to the garden. They have the cursed coin and the hag body.
Cursed coin, yes. I just like, we probably shouldn't keep carrying that around if it's still in there.
Yeah, no, I gave it to them. It's an empty body bag.
Right, so that's the prophecy. Well, there is the rest of it, which is also grim. Only once the three trophies have been gathered can the blood of the servant be accepted.
3 of them. Okay. Yep.
There's also a servant.
Blood of the
it's-
servant or
it's
sacrifice?
Servant. I have sacrifice.
Sacrifice, sorry. That may have
Right.
been a previous version of the...
Yeah. Okay, so then there's also something that's going to be sacrificed. Or someone.
I'd say blood would hint at someone.
So, what if it's all connected? What if they have to use the feather to kill the man with the unbreakable will, and he is the sacrifice, right? But also the shadow of a god. I don't know. Just thinking here.
You mean one person is all 3 of them? That would be unfortunate.
I think he's well. I think you're right in saying they're all going to be used in the ritual. in
Well,
some way,
obviously,
in
it says it right
combo.
there.
Yeah.
I meant like, what if 2 of them are one, but they have to use the feather?
If you get one, you could use it to get another one.
Yeah, like what if there was 2 and 1?
Uh-huh. I think let's not overcomplicate things.
Maybe,
No, that
maybe
simplifies things.
maybe we should just get all the most powerful people we know together and ask if we can put trackers on them. So we can keep...
I'm sure they would all love that.
They just have we have a heart rate monitor on the side.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I can't think of anybody who doesn't want to have a chip in their butt.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe we could have the goblin dude that Remy knows, he always has invisible plant trackers on them for us. Maybe he'd do it for money.
Remy, you think he'd find this boring, and you're not sure if he would accept it.
I have another
Too easy.
plan. We count how many of the strongest there are. All right, I make a clone of myself, make them look like all the strongest people, and then they walk around. And if one of them gets captured, I'll know.
What?
I think that summarized what everyone's thinking right now. What?
Or let's be honest, we all know none of us are going to figure out who this is, so let's just skip to the end when they're all already captured and we have to go to the final thing.
Well, I do want to know.
Stop.
Just wait until they get it all.
Let's
Yeah.
assume that our enemy is going to succeed in every challenge, and we're going to be stuck with the bad consequences.
Okay, how about we skip to the most important part? And did you find the painting?
That is fair enough.
Unfortunately,
I don't know who
there's-
the servant is.
Unfortunately,
So-
there are not a lot of things that survived from that time. I did manage to find one thing, which I think doesn't necessarily prove that you were there, but can be used to prove it. And he takes a small dagger out. It looks old, slightly restored. But Remy, you had that moment of, hey, I threw that dagger. That's mine. I believe this is one of yours. At least it looks like one of those you had last time I
Unfortunate
saw
breeze.
It's like, I know that dagger.
Okay, yeah,
And
we
then
heard
he
I know that
stopped
dagger.
talking.
And then he stopped moving. Alright, you're back. Now. You froze.
Again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, good lord. Yes.
So,
There
Raimi
are lost
apparently
images.
knows that dagger.
Damn. We've got...
No, he was just pausing for dramatic effect, guys.
No, yeah, absolutely. I love my dramatic effect. No, I have a confirmation here. There's a few seconds of footage that have been lost. Okay. All right. He was saying, well, he shows you this dagger. I think this is one of yours. It looks a bit like those you had last time I saw you. And he looks at you, Remy, when he says this, and he shows it really well. It's rusted. It's old, chipped. But that's what the dagger you threw in the forest. Hey, one of the guard took the dagger back? Well, there's only one guard who survived, so he took one of your dagger?
He remembers the explosion.
Little... Well, at least you know something survives. Maybe he survives.
Maybe his family is alive.
Well,
Do you know
Yeah,
who
someone
had
survived.
that dagger? Or where did you find the dagger from?
Oh, wow, well, I found it in an old museum a long way from here.
All right, where's that museum at?
One on the island in the east.
We might have to head and check out that museum.
We can make it.
How-
We have
how
a
far
flying
east?
ship. I mean, audience has a flying ship.
I could
The museum belongs to a very old family of nobles. So, who knows? Maybe they got it from a survivor at one point a long time ago.
I might have to go ask them questions.
Or secretly, the survivor was an elf.
In that
That would
case-
also mean that some people did survive. Hopefully.
Well, yes, hopefully, because there were some research done recently. An expedition was sent. Apparently, new information was found about object left behind. Magic was used, and they think they figured out where the city was. Thing is, there's nothing left there anymore.
A recipe for spicy jelly? Jello?
There's nothing left. There's nothing left there, like no ruins, nothing, or just like
Well,
it seems like the city doesn't even exist.
that ties to one of the things that you wanted me to research. So, do you want to have that story now or later?
We can do that one now.
Okay. Well, it relates to the three stories. You asked me to research the stories of Bahanor. So there's the first story, the one that I told you about, and the one that you said you lived through. I did find two other chapters. Unfortunately, I ran out of time before I could research the third chapter completely. I only have fragments. It's not going to help a lot.
Wait, before you start telling the story, I plug my ears.
I just give Toby a weird look and keep listening.
All right, so Tobiashi, all you see is... Are you
Like,
sure?
Meanwhile, on the part that we can hear, and you should pay attention to these details because it might save your life. Anyway,
I'll take them out, I guess.
Okay. At that moment, you look at everyone and you realize that you've just been had, because the moment you take your fingers out of your ear, you just see Skahadrin just keep going. And you notice that the audience is nearly pissing himself because he's laughing so hard without trying to laugh. Good. I hate telling a story for nothing.
Damn. I just didn't want to be teleported again. That was horrible. But keep going.
Well, maybe this time you'll be able to avoid a few of the traps, because the second story is devastating. It's the escape from Bahanor. I usually don't tell it because it's not as impressive as the first one, but when the story begins, the group of adventurer is on one of the walls of the city.
That's where we left off.
That's where we left, but
Uh,
going.
things are not going well. There are various versions of the story. Some say that it's a few months later. Some say that it is a few years later. I've kept going with what you said, that there was a princess, so I only took into consideration those that refer to the noble woman as either a princess or a queen. So the problem is that once the story begins, the city is about to fall. They have endured relentless attacks. Their protective dome has failed in being and been re-energized many times. Entire district of the city have been overrun by the enemy but contained. The adventurer manages to survive their initial encounter. Another portion of the barrier failed, and the enemy came in. They fought, they survived, and this is where the noble woman comes in. Against the better judgment of her personal guards, who feel that she should have remained behind. She takes too many risks, according to the stories. She's always there at the front. Some stories tell that she bears scars of combat. Other simply says that she is scarred by combat. She turns to one of the party member of the adventurers for reassurance.
God, I hope it's me. Sorry.
Well, maybe.
God, I hope it's not me. Sorry.
Because according to the story, only one party member is immune to being infected by the enemy, by
Oh God, it's me.
the creature attacking the cities. And so he is the only one who can be trusted. But she will question him. She will give him a challenge. She will test him. According to different versions of the stories, don't fail. Because her personal guard is there. And they will all kill you if you fail. I'm not sure about what the actual challenge is. There are too many versions. In some version, she asked them to do something for her. In another version, she tells them to hold the line because of the valiance of the adventurers, while she gets the last few remaining citizens of this quarter, this section of the city, to safety. In another version, she asks questions that the single individual should know. If he fails, she has them all killed. So, challenge, questions, task, not sure. But whatever it is, the same concept is always there. If you fail, you die.
Okay. Do we remember which one of us couldn't be infected? Was it Fisher? Do you remember?
Can you still see me? Because...
Aha! Yeah, we could see.
Yes.
Okay. No, because there was a gap in transmission. All right, I'm going to try and close a few things. Don't need Discord, so I'm gonna close this just to free some bandwidth in case this is the problem. Has been a long while since I had a problem with this. We don't need music right now, so I'm gonna close this also. And I don't think we need books. All right. So let's try to give the best chance of this to survive. All right. So, as I was saying,
I don't know if I can now. I know I've gotten poisoned before.
I think my
I
guess would
think it was
be.
me.
I think it was Fisher.
Fisher is resistant to disease. Audience is immune.
I am immune to disease.
Immune to disease also. All right. So you.
I'm resistant to poison.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So, it was either Fisher.
I think it was both of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I'm remembering correctly.
So it could either
It
be me or
says-
Fisher.
It says I'm immune to poison and disease now.
Now, but
Now,
Yeah,
but
you
I'm
weren't
assuming
before.
that.
you have to think about what she might have known. The last time that
Oh,
she
yeah.
saw you, you weren't. So
Yeah.
she wouldn't know that you are now.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Man, made me starting to really feel like a weak link now.
Well, it was George
Yeah, dude.
before, but he's not there anymore. So
If we're gonna walk into a room that's full of like a deadly disease,
Disease and
every
poison.
single one of us but Remy is gonna be completely fine.
Remy, put your mask
Reggie's
on.
gonna start puking his guts out. Right, so there is a little bit of, no matter the version, there is a little bit of combat. There's a little fight that's going to ensue with this. So in some, it is the actual challenge. In other versions, it's actually simply what you need to do to survive, because the barrier is failing. And it is something she shares with the adventurers once they succeed the challenge. The thing is, the barrier is about to fail. There's only a few days left of energy inside of their reserve. They have tried and tried in vain to get reinforcement. There is a mention of a dragon having been injured trying to help them. So they are alone.
Was there any mention of the commander of the city, a white dragon, or?
Yes. He is always at her side.
Okay.
The story says that he is devoted to her completely. His oath was to the royal family, and she is the only member of the royal family left, so she is his only priority.
Makes sense if she stayed alive. Okay.
Okay.
That's
He is still there, and he is still fighting for her, always.
All right. What happens after the challenge?
Well, there is a long council, and the adventurers learn that the city has elected to get a few people out to protect important people. The city itself, the citizens, demanded that the noble woman, either princess or queen, be saved for everything she has done for them, for all of the effort she has put into saving this city, for those she has managed to save. They have all elected to stay behind and make sure that she survives. acting as diversion while all of this happens. Historically speaking, we know that when they invade a city, they do not simply go inside of the street and kill everyone. They infect. They create more of them. So it is reasonable to think that these people would have guessed that they might still have another chance at surviving and escaping. And apparently they decided that the most important person to make sure survive
Rose again.
is either the princess or the queen. Now this is where there is a large number of stories that branches out, and where it becomes difficult to figure out which one is going to be the best one, the one that might have been the truth. In every single version, someone dies. The difference is who dies. She will try to save as many people as she can. If she tries to do this, she will get you all killed, her included. She has to accept that her city has elected to sacrifice itself to save her. It is the only way that some people may survive. Those who will accompany her as she tries to flee the city. This is the first thing that must happen. Otherwise, everyone dies.
Okay.
From there on, you have different paths that you can take. And I can tell you now that there are only 3 paths which do not end in a pure bloodbath where everyone dies. She will try to get you to consider all paths, but only those 3 only has one person dying. You can either go through the front gate, out of the city, through the enemies. There is a very specific moment that if you go through, you will catch the enemy off guard and may have a chance to escape. It is also the most dangerous of all 3 paths, because if you time this poorly, more than one will die. They will see you, they will send hunters to catch all of you. But it is the fastest way out. The 2 other options are safer, but more difficult, longer. Amongst the choice she will give you, there will be one where she will say that you can go through the escape tunnels, the siege tunnels of the city. That can work. It will be difficult, and you will need to prepare properly. You will need to make sure that some elements of the enemy's forces have been dealt with before you do this. Otherwise, they will overwhelm you in the tunnels as you're trying to escape. They will send their equivalent of dogs. They will send heroes, their heroes. So you need to make sure that you damage their infrastructure as much as you can before going into this. Try and destroy whatever they have that resembles a kennel. Try to hinder their ability to see. If you see any creatures which may be able to cast spells that allows you to see at a distance. You'll need to hinder this. You'll need to get rid of them. Make sure they can't see you. I don't know how you can do this. You will be forced to figure a way out of this with limited resource. Hopefully there will be enough resource there to help you do this. But even so, there are no version where all of you come out of this.
You said there was a third option?
Yes.
So the front gate, the escape tunnels. What
The
was
third option is probably the one where you have to make the most valiant last stand. At the bottom of the castle, there is a portal. It has recently been finished. The mage hasn't had time to make it a permanent portal, but it has enough power to be opened once. You can use that as an escape route, teleporting whomever is going to cross the portal wherever you may have something, a sigil, a mark, which is going to be your greatest challenge for this. Because before going there, you will need to get to their library and find a place where they can exit. But the library is in the path of the enemy. Either you will be able to get there before them or after them, but either way, you will be getting out of this library with them behind you.
Okay.
And one of us dies there too.
One dies. There are many.
It's not necessarily one of us. It's just one person.
There are multiple versions. There are versions where none of you survive. There are versions where two survives. But these three options are the only one where only one person dies. There are multiple versions. It is different in each one. In one version, the noble woman dies. In another version, one of the adventurers dies. In another version, the guard dies.
I'm kind of okay with the guard one.
You're always doing this to the NPC. I can, you know what?
The guard, by that he means the guardian of the city. Your dragonborn with the white scales.
Oh, okay. I care more about him.
Now, see if one of them dies, I scoop them up with the body bag. They have a lot longer for us to revive them.
I don't know what your preservative factors are of your body bag. What if you did put a dead body in the body bag and then we brought it back and we res it?
Well, it says that if I put an unconscious... Well, I don't...
Although, to be
it's
fair,
not made
remember
yet.
though, last time the dream happened, the thing I was holding, didn't it disappear?
It aged.
It aged, though, right? It aged rapidly, yeah.
Yeah, but it's a different dimension. It can still be fine until I open the bag.
The Rami is
So
going to
we
minor
would
illusion
need
a domino.
for the
Talking about
portal
butterfly
one,
effect?
we would. The dangerous part is getting to the library to find an address.
Yes. Well, there is always the option of trying to go to the mage's quarter, but it is one of the first places that the enemies are going to try and attack. So you'll be facing the hardest and most dangerous soldiers of the enemy by doing this in great numbers.
Is there
no
a way to
virgin.
get an address before we even leave? Like, what if we have an address from our time and we try and use that?
I was gonna ask. I mean, how old would an avatar of a mountain range be? How long would you have had this teleporter circle up?
Well, the problem with this is that it would have to be a portal that exists in that time.
Yeah, you guys
Yeah.
will recall just above table that we literally came on to that guy just as he was finishing that portal.
Oh, okay. Is that yeah? I didn't remember.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't remember that part.
I don't know what the oldest portals of this continent are. We could do some research into that. Maybe one of them would work.
I might have one way where we don't have to fight a bunch of people if we could just get to the library, or at least my freaking scroll. That's all I could say. My scroll could probably do it, but I only have one left.
Mhm.
Oh, because it can tell you.
Information from inside anywhere that I'm at.
It can give you any type of historical information. Technically, yes, you could use the last charge of this, the last use of this, to have a list of active portals of that time. That would be
But it's
sacrificing.
one left.
Yeah. And that is not something that would be very useful in today. It would really be using this only to this challenge.
Yeah.
That is a possibility.
So it could help us. So we have maybe a guaranteed way to succeed the challenge, but we should not use it unless we like have
If we could find another option, yeah. If we could find another option, I would love it. But if it will save all of us and we'll all be alive, then
Well, usually, unfortunately, the thing about this is if someone's going to die, it usually finds a way for someone to die.
Yeah, that is true.
That's kind of how the past works. We can do what we can to make the best solution happen, but usually if something is already written, that's pretty hard, if not impossible, to change.
Remy, you have one memory that comes up, and there's this little moment of fear as that memory comes back to you. One of the things that you've heard amongst everything that you were able to record about people who may die.
And these ominous pauses.
I know.
And every time it goes to Raimi, it's like suddenly there's a long dramatic pause.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at this and again, we lost another 2 or 3 seconds of image. Okay. I think my internet connection is having a whole lot of difficulty today. I don't know why. So I was saying, for you, Remy, there's something that sort of just pops up in your mind. It's sort of, what audience just said. Usually when they say that someone will die, someone will find a way to die, you remember one thing that was said amongst the bits of future moments that you've heard. And it was said as if someone was screaming it. You're not sure about the voice of who said that, but that moment feels like it twists your inside in the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so once this is done, however, the story starts to become... Again, I'm still losing more images. That's really annoying. All right. Keep losing a few seconds at a time. I don't know why.
Do we want to go ahead and just transition to break and see if...
Maybe giving it a few moments to try and see it's going to stabilize. And we mostly just finished this bits of story, so I'm gonna take this into consideration, and we're gonna take our break, give a chance for internet to stabilize itself. And a little bit of music. More sounds. Alright. We're going to give internet a chance to recover from all of this, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. So, see you in 15 minutes. Bye.
Bye.
Hello and welcome back. Look at what we did. We solved the problem. We removed 3 players.
Yeah, I rolled a natural 20 on my stealth roll, and then I rolled 3 natural 20s on my sneak attack. So
Yeah. There we go. Oh, good lord. Audience wasn't dead. He succeeded his saving throws, so he's okay. We're only missing...
well, he made it look. He actually did a feint on audience first, so that it looked like audience had fallen, and then he just pulled the dagger out, and he had all his hit points.
Oh, okay. Now he was using the... hold on, don't need the music anymore. You were using the special dagger. So the moment you took it out...
Yeah, that's the one I was referring to.
Yeah. But I don't think you used the special dagger for Tobiashi and Fisher, because they're still not back.
Well, he can only use it like on one person at a time to...
Oh, right. No, that's...
So, like if Rami had to pick and choose, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, Fisher's a great friend, and, like, technically Tobiashi is his husband, but...
well, that's the other
like,
one. That's okay. Technically, this Tobiashi is your... brother-in-law.
Ah,
Hey,
I mean, I guess
no.
technically it's kind of a polyamory.
If you
What
want to... I guess one day it's going to be something that we're going to need to settle. Is it cheating if you're sleeping with the clone of your husband?
well, yeah, duh. What do you mean?
Well, we were wondering this because technically Remy is married to your other you. So if he sleeps with you, is it cheating?
That's true. It's true.
Just like you spend a night together, and in the post coitus snuggling, it's just like, I can't believe it, you bastard! You cheated on me.
You don't even know because we look the same, but we're not even we're wearing the same clothes too for some reason.
Do you really love me if you can't tell the difference between myself and my clone?
How dare you!
And then Remy suddenly looks at this. How did it... Oh, why is it my fault now?
He obviously used a second wind during that somewhere.
Oh. Let's not start using D&D abilities.
Oh, and after his second win, that's when he used his action surge.
Oh, thank God we don't have a barbarian in there. So
That one can't even cast lightning bolt. How dare you?
All right. Well, apparently Fisher has a lot to process, so he's his software is updating.
Or he maxed out his own bandwidth, and now there's an error.
Internet. Yeah, we're pretty sure it's internet's fault. Because I'm just looking at this and we lost another 3 or 4 seconds. Hopefully it's just the image that we're losing. Because since it's mostly stories and lore that the saying, the image is not as important as the sound. So hopefully, but... Hey, but if you want to make sure that you didn't...
If you're recording at the same time,
Yes, I am.
the recording won't cut out like that.
I know. That's exactly what I was just about to say. The rebroadcast on Friday, I'm doing this with my recording and not the Twitch recording. So you'll have everything on Friday if you want to make sure that you didn't miss anything. Or when it's going to be on YouTube, it is also from my recording. And don't worry, with the D&D campaign, I am not cutting out anything. Unless there is a moment where I can clearly see that everything is frozen, then I'm probably going to edit that so you don't hear me swear in French. But other than that, everything is there on YouTube. For the map making, not everything is there because you can't necessarily have music to fill out the long silence. And when I'm tired, I have a tendency to start the conversations in my head and not out loud. So you're stuck watching me be silent for 5 minutes. So those I edit out. Hey, but last episode a lot of people talked to me, so it's all there. Fortunately, one person that talked during the stream that says, well, no, after the stream, that said he liked it and subscribed. Now it's written unknown user. So I guess he was just someone who wanted to sell me things. He was just using me. But the good news is that from that, me and Tobiyashi, we started to build the Discord server for the channel. So probably somewhere next week or the week after that, we might actually have our Discord. So if you want to talk to us, ask questions, remind one player that he forgot about one ability that would have saved the day, or tell me that I forgot that this monster could actually completely pulverize the group, you will be able to. Ain't that fun? Alright, well, that's as much time as we can give Fisher. Hopefully, he's not having toilet problem again. Can anyone check for me? Because every time I open Discord, we lose 5 seconds. Okay. And again. All right. What's happening?
Oh, he's back.
Why is it happening? My computer is not even... I think my computer's asleep. I'm not hearing anything from it. So it's not demanding. It's really just internet with... Okay. So hopefully Fisher is going to come back, or he's going to listen to the stream once he gets out of the bathroom. Let's... Why not? Why not put a little photo of him while we're waiting? There you go. What happened if I do this? Oh, right. All right. So.
Nah. Okay, I gotta leave. A player just said something in the chat, and I gotta bleach my eyeballs. No, I'm kidding.
That comment has been there for a while. All right.
I'm in the Discord.
Oh.
Sorry, keep going.
All right. So, we were arriving to the end of the...
Tonight is just not the night.
Oh, no, I completely agree, because I'm not seeing what's happening in the Discord, but I'm seeing what's happening again with the bandwidth. Keep losing frames. That's really annoying. According to this, we've lost nearly... What? We've lost nearly 10 minutes? 500 seconds. Wow.
I mean, it could be including when we were during the break.
No, that's... Sorry, that's not... It's not 10 frame per second, it's 30 frame per second. Okay. We lost 2.5 minutes in total. Still 2.5 minutes. That's annoying. Alright, so we were talking about the end of that story. So as he's saying this, all three possibilities, each one having their own problems that you have to solve. If you want to go through the main gate, it's a question of timing. If you want to go through the siege tunnel, it's a question of properly preparing your escape. If you're going through the portal at the bottom of the castle, it is a question of getting the necessary exit coordinate for the portal. So he says, well, no matter what, someone's going to die in this, and I truly hope that it's not one of you. I don't want to be mean to the poor noblewoman, but I've never met her. I'd rather you survive than her.
She's kind of annoying anyway. I mean, oh my goodness, something in my mouth.
Well, audience is partially in love with her, so I don't think he's going to let that happen.
I'm a knight, okay? A knight has to protect his queen. I got knighted.
Again.
I don't know what happened to you, Toby.
How many
Audience is
queens
going
do
to
you
try to
have
figure
on
out
your
how to
list,
get
Ev?
her into the future.
Can we see that queen list of yours? I think it's like somewhere in your bag.
I guess it would
Anyway.
be interesting if audience did call it his list of queens and just
Hey, there's an actual queen on my list. Interesting.
Remy looks on the page. Where am I? Where? It should have been me.
You just see a little note, best friend. Or even with best bud.
Uh-huh.
hey, no, it should be friend because at least he could put in invisible ink with benefits.
I mean, best friend with benefits kind of works, you know?
Okay. So we heard the second story. We've heard about the prophecy.
The third story, I know I don't have a lot, so you still have 1 week, unless you want to send me a little bit more funds. I did take a few research contract from the garden, so I'm sure you could route that through there, and I will get it. Unless you want to
I
meet
think
me
we
in
have
person.
some time. I think we got some time till the third story. We haven't even gone through the second one yet, so.
if that's how you want to build it,
No, I'm
okay,
kidding.
that's
I
fine.
have no idea how this works. They might do 2 stories back to back.
Well, in that case, just in case, the third story doesn't end well. It's the fall of Bahanor.
Okay.
So far, the only thing I have is...
Hopefully we're not there, though, if we succeed.
Well, this is the thing. This is why it's a bit hard getting all of the information for this one. It feels like someone just gathered a whole bunch of stories and tried to make a story out of it. So some elements don't even include you in it,
Okay.
but some do. Party of adventurers. It starts, well, depending on different variables. It starts in the sewers, or it starts in an abandoned part of the city. The city is being assimilated.
What's it gonna be?
The city is
Take
being
guesses
assimilated
and-
slowly.
You cut out after you said abandoned.
Yeah.
Oh. Abandoned part of the city. So it's either, well, there are those that were the easiest to find. I may find more, but essentially there is a resistance movement being formed in the city. People are trying to resist, trying to figure a way to get people out. There are some mentions that all of the way out that were considered before are now closed. So there's no way out for anyone in there. The story mainly revolves around the effort of the resistance, trying to get people out, trying to find a way to smuggle people out. Eventually, there is a way that does come out, but the problem is, at the same time, the invader are bringing a very powerful artifact, one to mass infect people. And the artifact is being protected by several beholders. The story ends with the artifact being hit by magic and the city being replaced by a crater. So if your feather isn't there, you have until the end of the third story to find it and get it out.
Sounds easy enough.
Let's see.
I can
Well,
keep.
first we have to make it through the second.
I mean, this is just me. The Guardian definitely seems like could be a feather, right?
That's what I was thinking.
It could be the Guardian. It could be.
Because he's like really gung ho about protecting the royals.
Yeah. It could be the princess. She might have something. It could literally be any of the important characters.
Isn't a feather? Doesn't it literally create
What we were
a
saying,
copy of like
going
create the
off
dragon
the
again?
yeah, going off the one where the feather is a ritual that makes them into a guardian that protects anything that the dragon has set to.
Well, it can be anything. Your friend has a point. It could be Zadkan, the guardian of the city. But according to what you told me, the father of the princess did everything he could to give her a chance at a good life. Protected her with his life. It is not unknown for desperate men and women to ask for a child.
She also does have some weird abilities, if you guys don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she's super skilled in areas that you wouldn't normally expect just a princess to be.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Remy, play the recording.
Like, she seems to have a way of becoming almost invisible. Very persuasive. Which could all be traits of a dragon. Or power from a
Wait,
dragon.
I want to know what it sounds like
Yeah.
if she reads the story, and then like, that's so meta. That's crazy. I feel like
So,
it's gonna put
yeah.
us into the story, guys.
Well, audience
I-
did tell the guardian of the city about the story.
I did. But as I'm saying, I think that the feather could easily be both or either one of them. So it's, I think it's imperative that we do our best to get either of them out, and then also look for any other potential feathers that might exist.
Yeah, because
The third story is a little weird to me because it seems like if we took the portal option for story number 2, the princess or the knight might already be out. So I'm wondering,
Maybe it gets a so-so motion.
maybe. Or maybe it's just something's accomplished, but yeah, because we don't know when the story ends. Maybe it's like we accomplished what we need to accomplish there, but the portal doesn't work or something doesn't work, so we still have to do story 3. I don't know. I feel like we kind of know who the main targets are of the story. It's probably Zadkan and the princess, so we pretty much just have to do all that we can to protect one of them. It also sounds like there's a high chance one of them guaranteed is gonna die, so...
We just have to make sure that the
No.
right one doesn't die.
Somebody is gonna die.
Well,
It could
somebody's
be one
gonna
of us.
die. It could be one of us. I look hard.
How
at
much do
Toby.
you?
Okay.
How much do you care about your
Whoa.
clones?
Oh, okay. So we make a clone just to go into the story with you guys? It's actually really smart, honestly.
Well, we can also make a clone in the story.
Hey, but that's me, guys. You gotta at least try to save my clone.
I think there would be some panicked people
Disagreement on the
looking
point of
at
the
someone doubling itself when the problem is that people are getting infested.
Yeah.
That is true, huh?
I don't know. We were able to get around Terry Bean in our party last time.
Well, we didn't.
Well,
Yeah.
Kind
Technically,
of.
we
Not
didn't.
really.
He got locked
Kind
in his box and almost died of hunger.
Which does remind me. I guess we'd already be in the city. It sounds
Yeah,
like
we-
so.
Go
Terry would
back,
probably
I don't
be
think
okay.
So yeah.
There's another intruder.
Well, I guess you have a very interesting dilemma because if you gotta get the feather out, it means that you either have to bring back one of them or they remain.
Yeah,
I just can't wait to get back in there and say someone's infected again. No shit.
Toby. I'm gonna say you're infected and stretch your skin.
Ah,
Don't
shit.
have me.
I just like put my finger in my mouth and start blowing my gut up.
Um.
Gum,
I guess
gum.
here's a thought. Like the reason we're after this stuff is so that the hunter cult can't get it.
Yeah.
Apparently, according to what you told
How
me,
the
it's-
fuck are they gonna go back and get it if it's there?
well,
Because we don't even know how we're going back.
There's more than
Yeah.
one way to fuck a man.
Also, we don't know. Maybe they're being sent back along with us, but just in different guises similar to us, so we don't recognize them. Maybe they're like champions of the hunter cult that are in the enemy army.
Fair enough.
We don't know because we don't really know how we're being sent back.
Yeah.
Like maybe that champion we fought last time was, if he had won, maybe he was going to be a hunter cult guy. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. I can,
you
wouldn't
know,
be super
messing with gods is always dangerous. They can find ways to circumvent protections. I mean, if the feather was hidden inside of a dream, it means that whomever wanted that feather protected knew it could be used for something and so hid it in something that's very difficult to get it out of.
Yeah. And just because we fail doesn't mean that someone else could succeed where we fail. So
That is always an option, because apparently what you have to do is get the 3 things they're looking for. So technically, they're the ones that are supposed to be succeeding. When you succeed, they fail.
yeah. Besides, I'd rather just have the things in our control than not really knowing if they're in or out of our control.
That's a fair point. All right. Well, that's about the story. Now, a lot of things you said do tie back to the other thing that you asked me to search, and those were the 4 images that you saw for gods to reach out to you. So, you said that one of them felt like giving up. It reminded of something that ends.
Yeah.
Not sure exactly what this refers to, but
There isn't a god of giving up.
well,
Sorry, that was dumb.
not not
There's not a
explicitly.
god of giving up.
There are lazy gods, but gods of giving up, no. On side note,
I feel like
audience, you do remember that you felt that this power was related to the end, which is something
Yeah.
the garden told you not to just talk about.
Yeah. I think I know what that god was. And that was the reason I didn't reach out to that one. And I don't plan to in the future, so.
Well, good, because something that relates to an end always feel final. You hear in the background a female voice just going. You get the impression that Nefa is back.
We have been talking for a long time.
Yeah, she did say she was gonna go get breakfast.
Like, I've got eggs.
So, the second one was the mysterious shadow, you said.
Mhm.
Well, the element is you have to think about back then, because of course today there are a variety of gods that are shadow with a light in it. I mean, the hunter cult could be considered a shadowy figure with a light in it. It's a head of a black wolf with glowing eyes. But what you said looked more like looked more reptilian, more dragon-like. I didn't find anything today about this, but I did manage to find a few things in the past, long ago. Probably somewhere near where all of that happened. There were rumors of a god being awakened, having been sleeping for a long time. A bit like audience right now. Has he fallen asleep?
No.
Okay.
He's just closing his eyes to better picture
Okay.
what you're talking about.
Okay. There were rumors of a god being awakened at that time. Didn't stay active for a whole lot of time, maybe 1 or 2 centuries. Then it disappeared again. No one really knows why and where. Maybe he just didn't manage to get enough followers and he fell back into slumber. But this is the thing about slumbering gods. They can always be awakened if enough people believe in him, if they're being called out by name.
Okay.
Every time you call a god, it's like ringing a bell in their ear. They will hear you. Most just channel this out and just keep on going because, quite honestly, a lot of people make whining a sport. But if there is potential, they may awaken, try and find followers. Now, maybe nothing happened because all of the followers that he was gathering were inside of an island that was destroyed during that time. That is also a possibility. But I don't know. I don't feel it like this. I'm a bit worried that the reason why this god disappears is not because people stop believing in him. I think it's because it changed into something else. Adopt to the new banner, if you will.
That's terrifying for me. Okay.
Yeah.
Any information on what it might have changed into? Anything at all? Any hints
Well,
throughout the centuries?
if you look at the initial image that you got, because you didn't see banners, you saw representation of them. So there would be something about the depth, something hidden. Shadows, meaning beyond the light, where the light doesn't reach. Being born of darkness. You said you encountered a feather dragon. Didn't you say?
In the dream, yes. Or do you mean outside of the dream?
Well, I meant just that you meant one, but I do believe you meant
Remy
you
met one. Remy met one.
Wait.
I unfortunately was not there.
Well, dragons like this, the feather dragons, the white dragons, they are usually born in pairs. Twins. One is light, one is dark. It is the process of bringing them to life. It separates the whole of dragons. The only way that someone figured out how to create this whole dragon was by mixing all dragon blood, because there are an odd number of dragons, odd races of dragon, which makes it very difficult to actually mix everything in equal proportion. But when you mix all dragon types, then you have an even number.
Maybe elbows Tobiyashi in the side.
What? Refresher, what happened? Sorry, Remy's cat came out of nowhere. I was giving it love.
Dragons. Talking about
Dragons. Oh yeah, there was a book about dragons.
That's not what we're talking about, but
No shit.
We're talking about what the shadow god I found in my dream might have became.
Oh,
But it had something to do
Sure.
with that. It was the feather dragon Remy met. There's sometimes a twin of it.
there's always a twin of it.
There's always a twin.
That maybe specifically elbowed you in the side when they talked about bringing a bunch of dragons together in equal proportions.
oh. Ah. That's a lot of dragons.
Amy just walks over to one corner of the room and just starts bashing his head into the wall.
Sorry, I'm having a. Give me 1 second. Is it making that dragon by mixing a bunch of dragons together, or is this?
Yes, the
Different
only way
game.
that you can manage to get a white dragon like this, or more accurately, a sacred dragon, is by finding a way to mix all of the families of dragon into a single line with equal proportion of each blood in its ancestry.
I definitely read that in that book. Give me 1 second. I have it written down here.
You can't do this if you only try to mix one side. You need to mix all sides of dragon. Metallic, chromatic, Gem, and all of the
Gem.
other dragons that are on the sides that do not belong to either of these family. The only way you can get an even number of dragons is by mixing all of them. And this is when the egg appear. This is when the parents will have an egg with 2 dragons in it. One light, one dark.
Mm-hmm.
Froze again.
Where
What
did I
two?
freeze?
There's more information in that book. Okay, so what I got so far from reading, because I have a bunch of books with me right now, is he is telling the truth. But there has
Wild.
to be
Really?
the only way that the dragon, the one from the garden, would be able to have someone like that is if they got help from a light or dark dragon, which is made from all of the dragons combined.
Well,
Which meaning
once one dragon is born, if there is another one, a female or a male, to complete this, they can start having children of their own. This is where I'm getting at. If we're talking about a sacred dragon lineage, or a dark dragon lineage, you may be looking at a god from that.
I see.
wait, but a dragon can't be. No, I'm kidding. No. I'm writing stuff down. Well, Toby is.
Well, for you audience, it's a bit redundant what you just said. But of course, a dragon god of this. But you're the only person in the group that feels like this is redundant information.
Yeah. Well, yeah. For me, it feels like I've already learned about this. And if I sit there, I'm looking at my notes. I'm like, man, if I had that book, I feel like I'd be able to help with this conversation just a little bit more.
Too bad the garden.
I have
hasn't.
other books, but I already have that information written down. So I'll just confirm with the silver-tongued bard. That sounds about right from what I know myself about dragons.
What do you know about dragons, Toby?
Well, I know. Well, so you having a god that's a dragon, I got interested in studying dragons.
Understandable.
And I've been trying to like see it from your view, stand in your shoes a little bit. It's hard for me because you don't wear shoes that would fit me. But I I've been seeing it a little bit, thinking about ways that I might be able to help. But yeah, everything he said is stuff that I read from.
Okay. So you think
Research
that
that I've
our
done.
god might have turned into some kind of lineage of dark dragons?
Dark dragons that could have been a part of a dragon that is a god now.
But it was a god back then.
Well, yeah,
So it
he would have been a
changed
god
into-
back then, and then it would have been a lineage of those dragons from that
Of
god.
those dragons from that
Yeah.
god, I see. Okay.
So if you can find where that lineage went, you may be able to find what that god became. Now, finding lineage of these types of dragon, that's a challenge.
But not as hard
Yeah,
as
they
finding
live
a fool's
forever, huh?
dragon, because the minute they are exposed to the open air, they immediately turn to water.
Hmm. Maybe next time I run into my rival, I'll have to ask her if she knows of some dark lineage of dragons. Before we
God.
beat on each other with maces.
That's true, and maybe you could ask your god if he knows anything about dark dragons.
Yeah.
when you say
Evil
this about
dragons.
your rival audience, you see Naifa appear in the screen, and she just leans over Escadron, lets her arm go around his shoulder, and for you, Remy, it's sort of becoming blatantly difficult to ignore the fact that there definitely is something between them.
At minimum, they're fucking.
Yeah.
At
At
minimum.
minimum. I do have a question for you. We have
Thing
some
is, when she does this, she looks at what's all of you are saying, and she looks at you, audience, for a moment. Well, there's always another option. Judging by the way you look, I think you could just be, making out after this. You and your rival, I mean. You do. I don't know. I feel like I'm detecting something in your eyes when you think about her. That's not just blind anger.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course.
Audience definitely doesn't have a fondness for the tsundere types.
I do have a question, Silver Tongue. Would it be? I'm trying to find the whereabouts of a person. I think you said we have some more stuff we could do research with.
Well, you still have 1
everyone
week
would
of
allow.
research left in your
1
bank.
week of research.
But you could always give me more more money, and I'll be able to keep on researching.
Okay, so the thing so far we kind of want to research is maybe more on the third dream. I kind of want to research a potential location or area of dark dragons. And Toby, you have something you want to research?
No, I just need to find somebody. Their name I didn't write down. It is the turtle's friend.
Oh,
The bard. The other bard.
Bard, yeah, the other bard.
Bard.
Do you
You probably know of her.
especially if you call her by name.
Yeah, I will. I'll ask the silver tongue bard. I'll tell him the name that I'm looking for. I didn't write it down though.
Naisa?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah.
No, she's
No, that's the one that he's with.
the
right
No,
one
now.
that's
in the room.
no, the
No,
one
no,
that's
wait.
in the
Why do I
room
have
with
Naisa
her, with
Bard?
him. It's
That's
Neifa.
wrong. She's not a bard. She's a monk.
Where?
She's an half
But she's with the bard.
Neisa is an elf. Neifa.
But who
is
the other
Neisa.
one?
No,
Oh,
Natha.
God.
Natha is a monk.
Naifa, no,
Neifa.
no. Okay,
Naifa. That's the monk.
Yeah,
Monk
that's what I
rogue.
have. And then Naisa.
Naisa
And then
Is an
Naisa.
elven bard from the garden.
okay.
that's the
And
one
that's
we're
who you're
looking
looking
for.
for. I wasn't wrong. My
yeah,
notes are correct.
Yeah, I say that by
I
name.
was
I say
just
Naisa.
confused because it's the
I'm
same
looking
name.
for where
exactly.
the whereabouts of a Naisa might have went.
Audience corrects you.
Yeah, audience eyes go dreamy for a second. It's Naisa.
And then they go angry because you mispronounce her name.
How dare you?
Oh, well, it's a bit hard not to know about her. I mean, she's known throughout the world, so...
Well, I know she left the garden not too long ago, but I was just wondering where she might have went off to. I have some questions for her.
I can certainly try and figure this out, but I think you're a bit in a better position to ask her question than me. If she was part of your organization, don't you have special orbs that you can use?
No one's been able to contact her with
Oh.
the orb. Well, at least if I haven't tried yet, but I know I asked the intercom lady if I could talk to her.
Have you ever
but-
thought that she's grieving and needs time alone, Toby?
Well, I know that, but it's important. I'm trying to be the rebound. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I don't say that in the game.
Audience just punches Toby. He's like, no!
No, I don't say that in the game. Obviously, I know that, and it's going to take her a lot of time to grieve, but this is important that I speak with her.
Why?
It's garden business.
Yeah?
It's about everything it's about everything that's happened so far. I feel like she would want to know some of it at least.
Okay.
Well, I can always try. I mean, someone like her is gonna have to be extremely careful if she doesn't want to be seen, but Also, she's an elf. I mean, if she doesn't want to be seen, she's not going to be seen.
Mhm. Well, just let me know if you find anything. Anything here, anything. But I know what you mean.
All right. Well, of course, I can try. So, 2 other gods. You wanted me to search for a god that would show itself as a moon with scales.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know of any god like this. At least, no god today has revealed itself in such a way. Which makes me think that maybe its actual emblem is different. However, if we go with the symbols of it, there are moon gods. A few. Elves, as a matter of fact, do have a moon god. Then there are the tribes of Canine in the north. They also have a moon god.
The god's a little bit of a crybaby, but
Keeps whining. Ooh. But honestly, there are other symbols, other way of interpreting a moon. Moon is something that reveals things. It is the light in the dark, in the middle of the night. When there are no moons, you can't see anything. When there is a moon, you can see the things which are hidden. So you may be looking for a god that has the ability to reveal things. But there is also another possible interpretation of a moon. A moon can't exist, can't shed light without a sun, which can be interpreted as a false god. A god posing as something else, deriving its power from another god.
Yeah, wherever there is light, there is darkness. Kind of go
Well,
hand in hand.
The moon cannot shine its light unless there is a sun shining brighter, which means it is something that's being fueled by a god. So maybe a god.
Wait, sorry, I failed.
Well, what I'm saying is maybe you're
Yes,
looking
I'll do.
for a god of deception.
Oh,
See. Interesting. Okay.
looks at my side eyes, my pendant. Wait, is it there?
No,
Kobayashi
that's
looked at his
mischievous. That's a
pendant.
difference. There's a
Oh,
difference.
mischievous. Okay. There's a fine line. It's like this and this.
God of deception. All right, interesting. I'll keep my eyes out. I don't know any gods like that. But
What? Well, I mean, wouldn't a god? Is a raccoon deceptive? Do you think a raccoon would be deceptive?
I'm not big into deceivers. You know, I'm a very into the truth and kind of guy.
Uh-huh.
Oh God! Toby throws up in his mouth a little bit.
Tobiyashi, you just... well, I think... Did Todd just understand it, or did Tobiyashi just understand it?
Well, I think I kind of understood it. Yeah, I think I got the gist.
Sam definitely understood it. That's why I was making it as painfully annoyed as I possibly could.
like, I want you to imagine Sam's comment through audience being like a sledgehammer
Yeah.
against
Put the nail
a
into the
Jenga
coffin.
tower
Yeah.
that already has a bunch of blocks missing.
Yeah.
The last one, a new sun in a mountain. Well, that's a fairly common symbol. That's a bit harder to say, but yeah, that definitely represented. It's usually represent a god of light or a god of good. The sun is usually associated with good, unless you live in the desert.
I think I also know who that god is.
Oh, okay.
But if you don't have, yeah.
Well, then in that case, I hope that the information about the 2 other gods have helped you in some way.
We just ran into a god that was like a desert sun. I kind of got burnt by him. Like I was charred. I mean, like I almost died.
It was a
Anyways.
different. It was a different god than that.
Yeah,
one,
different
Toby.
god. No, that's what I was saying. I just ran into one that was like he said it was a sun would be
Yeah.
nice if it was, but unless it was in the desert. You know what?
Anyway, if other people don't, what do we want to do with our funds remaining? Research. I mean, I think the third story would be more important to research.
How to get
about.
Jorg back
Yeah.
from
Yeah. Yeah.
how to get Jorg back from the
Nature
Yeah.
shard.
the nature shard or
I don't know. Is Avery online? Can you ask him?
Avery, should we put funds into this? Are you ever coming back, please?
I think for now, let's just focus on the third story.
Yeah, the third story.
All right.
And I guess dragon gods, if we want to look into that.
Well,
I think that
I was
would
gonna
help.
say potential. If there's anything about
Dark
a
dragon.
shadow, dark dragons.
Well, you
Shadow
already
dragon.
asked me to make research about the feathered dragon, but it feels like you already have a lot of information about it.
Yeah.
I don't mind trying to research to see if there are any lineage of.
See, if Toby knew that we still had the book, I wouldn't ask him to do research on a dark dragon. Because I know there's a book out there that has the research in it. But I lost it, so, you know.
You lost it?
Remy took it from me! Sorry.
That was Todd speaking.
I know.
Yeah, I lost it. I had it. I showed Fisher it. I don't know if Fisher has like a photographic memory or something, but
I do not.
No,
what about
that Remy
the guy
has.
inside of you?
Yeah, you know,
No.
probably
No, damn.
Fisher from inside of you. You hear Terranad say he probably lost it inside of the shard, so it's gone.
Fuck.
Remy, do we need to do research on this? Or... Okay.
Remy.
Maybe just like whistling.
Well, the book would have information about dragons of darkness, but not dragon lineage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I'm
So
more
who's
concerned if there's
dragon
literally
lineage?
any mention of lineage and where they might be located.
Yeah,
That
sure.
specifically.
So you only have 1 week of research left. Do you want to increase that, or are you satisfied with just 1 week?
How long did it take to figure out the stuff about the other stories? Like how many weeks? Since we're asking you to.
I used nearly all of your 6 months. You gave me 6 months of research, and I researched it for 5 months and 4 weeks.
I don't have the money.
But that's for everything.
can't.
That's for the prophecy, the
I know.
hunter.
Well, that's
the
why I was
gods,
asking
the-
how much did you specifically spend, I would say, out of that time researching the second story?
Oh. The second story probably is what I took the most time to try and figure out. About a month to get all of that information. It's probably going to take as much effort to get as much information about third story because reports are extremely scattered. I don't know who was writing that story, but it also feels like it's not the same person writing
All
the
right.
first.
How
the
much for
second, and the
another
third.
month and a half of research? That should be enough to probably cover everything.
Whoa. You hear Nafa. You hear Nafa just speaking in his ear, just a few moments, just a whisper. Remy, you can sort of hear what she's saying because you have a very high passive perception. And it goes along the line of...
You know, we have been thinking of a new vacation home.
Nathan, you're telling him about what good friends we are, right, and how low his rate should be for us. I'm sure. So I see Nate. Remember that time that we helped save your life after you'd saved our life like 15 times? I think
So, Remy, you can barely make this out. You know she's a rogue also, so she is very much able to speak very low, but you can barely make out that she's saying this in his ear as he's thinking. Well, I don't know. Let's go at 5 gold a day.
What is 5 gold a day times?
A month.
What did I say? 1.5 months. So that's 7, 14, 21, 28, 30, like 42 times like 5.
No, that's
Somewhere around 42 times 5.
hold on, I'm looking for the calendar. I'm gonna be able to tell you exactly.
I don't know
I was
if
about
you're
to say I
on
can't remember how altered our calendar was, if at all.
Yeah.
Well, I altered it so it's easier to count, so every month have the same amount of days.
Oh, easy. So 45.
So every month has 30 days.
Oh, okay. So 30 and 15, so 45. 45 times 5. Okay.
225.
125 gold.
Is it 225?
225. Do we want to... I think 225 is reasonable for us to...
Yeah, very.
All right.
Well, I gotta go. I
And
have
Toby, you don't have to pay the 225. So we're splitting 225 3 ways.
Sure.
Okay. So that is...
How
Remy,
he wants
help
to
me.
get it to you.
Wait, are you trying to split 225 3 ways?
Yeah. Help me.
I mean, I
Help
guess
me.
it's actually
It's not
possible.
something that really divides by
Well, no,
three.
it is possible because it's based in 45, which is based in 9, which is based in 3.
Damn.
It's exactly 75 gold each.
Oh,
Thank
look at
Look at that.
Yeah, I would have just made it more complicated if I.
that. Yeah.
Shut up. uh,
I've been going off all night. I don't know. I've just been.
Just as Toby as
just
she's
kinda been-
leaving the room. See, I did you a favor.
Oh wait, yeah, Remy, I need your help.
Rainy looks and like a minor illusions, a question mark.
I don't know how to plant Onak right. He got mad at me.
Rainy sighs and
okay.
looks to the other two.
Yeah, we're good. I think we've talked out everything with the knight.
Night.
The I don't know, man. The Silver Tongue Bard.
Like, yeah, me and Fish are just gonna have a fist fight. in here
Everybody
now.
audience likes is a knight.
Well, he's a silver dragon, so he does look like someone who's in shining armor. Permanently.
Yeah. We have kind of...
Silver.
He's a
Here's the
silver
thing.
dragon.
The only quest we really got from that is wait for the second dream to hit us. Well, we don't really know when that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
So, I guess we should go. I guess if we want to do stuff, since we're kind of under. Well, everyone else in the garden is kind of caught above us. We should probably go look at the quest board. And maybe see what they have.
Well, anyways, Tobiyashi, if you remember, you have to be in the garden at a specific time, so...
I also have to.
Yeah.
I have to talk to the gnomes about a well that will give infinite water.
Oh yeah, I do have to be to the garden at a specific time.
What? But we have that.
What?
Wait, are you talking to me?
No, I was talking to audience.
Yeah, we have a thing. We don't have a well.
He wants the well.
Do you not remember? Do you not remember what? Oh, you might have been gone for that part. Ami Ali told me that the best gift I could give to a dragon would be something that like helps her people and the village.
I'm on a
Just
time
get
crunch
another
here.
decanter
I
and
think.
stick it at the
Raimi
bottom
starts
of a well.
walking with you.
Okay, come on, Remy. Thank you.
Yeah, because you did all of this, so you're probably somewhere around. Well, you've been talking for 3 hours now, so.
Yeah. They're probably gonna come check on us and be like, "So you want to pay more money or get out of there?"
Well, that's okay. You paid for a day, so you're good until tomorrow.
Okay.
But what I'm
Okay.
saying is, it's probably around 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, and Tobiashi needs to be somewhere at 5.
I see.
Yeah, what time is it right now, actually?
Probably around 2 o'clock, 2 in the
Okay.
evening.
It's okay. I would I'd be heading back to the garden after this anyway.
Well, Tobiashi, you did want to share uh, that meeting with everyone, so I don't know if you want to warn everyone that they need to be at a specific that they need to be with you in 3 hours.
Nah, the planets will align. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I'll tell everybody. I forgot what this meeting was about. But I need you all here.
Like this room or somewhere else?
Oh, at the garden.
Oh, you need us all at the garden in 3 hours. Okay, where in the garden?
Actually, do you think the reason might be related to something that makes it impossible for you to be in your original room?
I know it's about the spider, but I don't know. I know I only had to talk to the priest guy that was gonna be there at the time. I didn't know I needed everybody there.
Okay, you really forgot why you're.
Is he talking? I think is he talking about Sachet calling you again?
Yeah, he asks Sachet to call him
Oh
back
yeah,
the day,
we have to.
the
yeah.
day after.
Oh,
You
yeah,
are
we
the
have to
day
talk to the
after.
Man,
garden.
today is not your
Yeah. No, okay, I was good with the jokes, but remembering important stuff has not been it. Yeah, we have to. Sachet is going to talk through me, and we're going to talk to the garden and share
Wait,
information.
you've been in contact with Sachet and you didn't tell me?
I told you last night before you went to sleep.
Oh no, wait, you did. Never mind. I'm sorry.
God.
You didn't tell me that she was gonna message today though.
Oh yeah, she's messaging. Well, I just got to. We had this kind of like tense conversation right now, and we talked to the bard about stuff. I was gonna tell you afterwards, probably after I was gonna talk to Onak, but yeah, I've been into contact with Sachet, and we're gonna talk to her with the garden.
Okay.
For me.
Cool. Where do you need me to be? And at what time?
We're gonna go to where we had the talking with the garden, the debriefing.
The debriefing room? Okay, what
Yeah.
time?
5.
5?
3 hours.
Okay.
Which, to be honest, is probably going to take you 2 hours to get there from where you are inside of the city, and then walk to that point.
Yeah, so we should all go there, and then I'll talk to Onak, and then I can talk to Onak whenever.
Okay,
So.
well, yeah, let's head back to the garden then. Meeting with Sachet is important.
Yeah, and I also need to talk to. But he'll be back probably tomorrow, so it won't really matter.
Audience seems to be weirdly talking to this guy. He says, she is always my number one priority.
She's not. She's no.
He's not looking at any of you. He's looking weirdly up when he says this.
She's
Don't hurt
always
me.
on my mind. I think she is the most wonderful person I have ever met.
Yeah. Her safety is my
You
utmost
okay, dude?
concern.
What's going on?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
Storm clouds start to recede, and then a ball hits the door.
Oh, I also talked to Connie, and the dog not too long ago, like before I left, while we're walking back to the thing.
Okay.
They're gonna help me try to tame the spider in my room. That's why I need to talk to the priest when he comes back. First, I have to get a griffin bone, which you guys don't have to help me with that. I'm pretty sure I could do it by myself, but up to you guys. And then I need to
Make it
find a
nature roll on griffins.
Yeah, I'll join in on that. Just because
Yeah.
he seems rather nonchalant about
He
getting
did
it.
seem very nonchalant. I got a 15.
Just gonna go down to the store and grab a
Yeah,
griffin
I got a
bone.
15 on my nature roll on griffins. On my likelihood, I think a griffin's just about to give Toby a bone.
Yeah, and I think, audience, you might have a little ideological
Also got a 15.
problem. Well, 15 is enough
Or he
to
rolled a
know.
19 because I figured he would know things about feathered creatures.
Well, yeah, griffin are kind of hard. Well, maybe not for you right now. Who knows? You've grown a lot. You've learned a lot, but griffins aren't that easy to kill. A bit territorial, and
See,
fundamentally good creature.
Where Toby has his confidence is in that he thought we killed a bunch of griffins before we left outside of that town. He doesn't know
Oh.
the
Or
difference.
harp.
And
Those were
well,
parrots.
Toby doesn't
Oh.
know that, and he thought feathers and bones. He was like, "Oh, that'd be easy."
Toby, do you know what a griffin is? Oh,
It's a sexy bird women, right?
No.
No, Toby, that is not correct at all. A
Well,
griffin
it can't
is
be
a
too hard.
very
They have
tough.
feathers.
The griffin is a very tough to kill creature, and they're also fundamentally good. So you'd basically just be killing a good bean.
Well, what if I wait
maybe
for like
maybe minor illusions, an artist rendering of a griffin.
Oh shit! Yeah, that looks kind of. Well, what if I wait for like one to get old and ask them to have its bones or something?
Ugh.
The dog wants it. Don't ask me. This is not. This is like a quest he's putting me on, so he could do something for me. But
And you couldn't have asked him like, "Hey, maybe some other kind of bone."
he barks. That's all he does. He
Yeah,
barked
but-
at me the whole time, and Connie kept secrets from me.
I feel like this is not as simple as you're making it sound.
Okay, how about this? I need a branch from a sacred tree. That's why I was going to talk to Onak.
That is a good thing to talk to Ornak about, but I'm still. Do you also need the bone, or just the branch or the bone?
Well, I could have one or the other. I just wanted help from both of them, and then I need to talk to the priest to see if I need some. It was payment for them helping me, for helping me further.
Let's see.
The dog wanted payment first before he
God,
even thought about
God,
helping
I
me.
hope you never meet a demon. Okay. Anyway,
Well, they said that my spider was kind of a demon. I mean, sorry. Anyway,
yeah, I know, but it's just the way you go about making deals is.
What?
And you
Worrying to
immediately
me.
asked if you could make a deal.
Well, they said I could make a pact with the spider, but I didn't feel safe with doing that.
There's also the nonchalant
Good.
confidence you just said of I'm gonna go get a griffin bone without even knowing what a griffin was.
Well, I didn't know. I don't know if people eat animals.
think it
around.
sounds
do
like he
people not
thought-
eat monsters.
Not
Is there not like
griffins.
somewhere I could buy a griffin bone?
That's like, hey, can I just go grab a unicorn horn?
Hmm.
Not quite that rare, but you know.
You could maybe
don't-
buy a griffin bone.
That's
they
what I
might
was
have-
thinking. If I could find a griffin, I never said we have to go kill one. I mean, that was my first thought, but I didn't know it was immoral. I didn't even know. I thought they were the bird people.
Okay. I would ask if the garden
I failed
could sell
history.
you a griffin
so-
bone. That's what I'd start with. If
Okay.
not, I would talk to Oranak about the limb.
Toby,
I would
All right,
not
I was
go
gonna
kill
go
a griffin.
see. Well, I was gonna try to check the board to see if there was any like griffin stuff there, but I'm not sure how they feel about
Yeah,
that.
there might be go help the griffins. Or
Well,
protect
maybe
the griffin's nest.
I
Toby,
don't
was
know
just
if
hoping
like
for like
A new quest has
there's
popped up
griffins
that's-
terrorizing a village.
Stop Toby from killing a griffin.
I'm just saying,
Stop,
Tobiashi, we have someone new in the chat, and I think you're traumatizing them. So
I didn't know griffins were good.
It just so happens that griffins are their favorite creature.
no, it's well.
Okay.
One thing you have to learn is griffin are very often favored mounts by paladin for flying mounts.
Yes.
Mm.
Actually, you literally are my friend who died. I'm pretty sure rode a griffin.
Hashtag protect the griffins. Oh no.
You're
Oh.
alienating our new viewers. Stop.
Wait. Okay, so Tobiashi failed history, obviously. He failed most
Yes,
of his
history,
classes.
that's-
So
That's,
Our
Bitch,
monster's
that's not a
not
history
history.
check. That's a nature check.
yeah.
nature, I guess. That's how you know how much Toby knows about monsters.
Okay.
Also,
again,
is there a rule against not eating monsters? I've kind of been hungry.
I've eaten monsters, so no.
Core keeps eating
Okay.
monsters, so every time a monster tries to eat him, he eats it. So.
But I was thinking, like, we're still walking to the garden, right? I was thinking, why is
Yeah.
there not like a restaurant where they serve monster cuisine? You know what I mean?
Because it'd be super expensive. I mean,
Yeah.
there might be in
I
like
mean, there has
the
to be
higher
like,
tiers of the city.
You could
Well-
pitch the idea to Core. I'm sure he'd bring you plenty of meat. He'd just probably charge you a high price for it.
and then we'd have to. Well, it'd probably only be for like higher up, right? Kind of.
Yeah.
Well,
It'd be like, oh my god, once a year for my birthday, I go to Chili. No, I go to eat monsters.
Well,
Yeah.
it'd be a super expensive high-end place.
I think
Yeah,
different monster meats would probably cost more than others, but
It is true.
well, audience, you do you do have ties to a guild that relates to fine eating.
I do. I could
Sorry, this was-
pitch the idea to them.
It
Toby.
was just a random thought in my head.
Toby, if you want a loan for funding, I can connect you with a guild that'll probably, if they think it's a good idea, just let me know.
I might pitch it. I mean, let me write something up first.
Yeah, but
Okay, I'll give
one
you
of the
some
four
Actually, let me have Remy write something up. I failed.
one of the guild that you had at that table is specialized in food and drink, so
Yeah,
Maybe ask him about it.
I'll pitch them the idea once you have a proposal written up.
All right. I'll work with Remy.
oh wow. All right, so
Remy classically can't write up something that he hasn't read before.
Well, actually, in this situation, Raimi gives a thumbs up.
Okay.
oh well. All right. So you make your way easily, although you do attract a little bit of attention, especially if you're trying to walk with a living tree inside of this city.
No. We haven't gotten him out yet. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
we'll talk to him later.
Okay, later, or later get out of the city later.
So, like, I mean, like, we get to the garden and we have an hour left. You said it's going to take like 2 hours to get there, and then we have an hour left to do stuff.
Okay,
I guess,
so
right?
you summon him in the garden.
In the garden.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're just going back to the garden.
Plus, it's easier that way because I'm pretty sure Arnak still has a lower walking speed than we do.
A little, yeah, he has 25. All right, so you make your way back to the garden.
Talking to Onak while I speed walk. Yeah, it's fine. No, it's okay.
So you easily get there. Some people are watching you. You get someone. You hear a little kid say, "Hey, mom, does he look like the deformed statue in front of the new church?
Oh shit, we forgot the Discord.
No, that's what I said. I want to be seen maybe in the streets by people.
Oh.
Yeah.
I still haven't changed my face, I don't think.
Well, if I remember correctly, you said you wanted to be seen a little.
Yeah.
So probably a good idea, now that you've been seen once, to just put your hood back and...
Yeah.
The audience will put his hood up.
But for you, Tobiashi, that's probably hilarious. You know, he looks like the deformed statue.
Yeah. Back in my day. Sorry.
I haven't been attacked by balls yet, so.
Oh, I roll. Don't worry.
It's like I rolled. Don't worry.
I haven't forgotten. So if you just want to know what happens, every hour you spend outside, I roll a d20.
So I guess for this 2-hour walk, it's being rolled twice.
There's a 5% chance that you're going to be hit by a ball every time you're out for an hour. But that's only Sam that knows this. Audience doesn't. Alright, so you make your way all the way to the portal, which you realized when you got out that the portal is not exactly where it used to be. No, it feels like it's sort of like maybe 5 minutes more of walk, and that's annoying, but yeah, alright. They probably changed it for a reason. So, you usually get there, go back in the garden. Feel safe once again. That's a good thing. Now, do you want to do something for the hour, or do you want to skip directly to when Tobiashi gets the call?
Well, I need to talk to Onak really quick while we're in the garden waiting.
Okay.
So Remy plants him.
I know it's him that comes out.
All right. As he sprouts out, I'm like, "Hey, here's your handkerchief.
Thanks.
I had a question. If you could help me with it.
Okay.
So I'm trying to get some help to tame a demonic spider, but that's beside the. You don't need to worry about that part.
Good.
I'm getting help from a friend, and they were trying to look for some information about. They're trying to get a blessed. Sorry, wrong notes. Let me find it real quick.
Tobiashi takes his cards out. A blessed. Oh no, sorry, that's the wrong card.
So it is a. So basically, she's looking for a specific nature blessed shard. She's having trouble because the shard is protected, but she needs a branch from a sacred tree in a blessed grove.
Okay.
Would you know of any near here, or where to find one, or?
Well, to be quite honest, the easiest way to do this is to commission a druid. They usually know all of them.
Well, she is a druid.
So that
And
means
she's
the
trying to-
closest one is probably protected by something, and she doesn't want to take the chance.
Well, she said she doesn't know where one's at. That's why she's
Oh.
asking me.
Right.
Would you know where the closest one is?
Well, if you take me outside of this place, because I can only feel what's inside here, and it feels like I'm inside of a metal ball right now.
Sounds about right. Shit. Would it take an hour for me to take him outside real quick?
Depend on when you are in the arboretum, but if you're in the middle, if you wanted to summon him where there's a whole lot of trees,
Yeah.
probably would take you 45 minutes just to get outside of the garden.
All right. Well, now that I know, you could leave. No, I'm kidding. We're about to have a meeting with Sachet. She's still connected to me. If you want to join us, and then we could go afterwards.
Okay.
Because I only have an hour, and it'll take longer for us to get outside.
Right. Okay. You do know that there feel like there's something sacred inside of here. There's probably a tree that's starting to awake. I don't know if it's good enough.
Hmm. Maybe that's what she was working on. Could you show me where it's at?
It's in the middle of the forest.
Middle of the forest. So this way, start walking the opposite direction.
Middle of the forest, not the
Oh,
edge.
okay, over here. Yep, going. I start walking.
Middle.
Now, where's the middle at? I don't know what the.
Follow me.
All right.
This take maybe
Besides,
10
come
or
if you
15
want.
minutes. Gets at the center of the forest. You see a small formation of stone. He gets there and he looks at the center of it. You see a small sapling in the middle of this stone formation. I see why she didn't want to use this.
Yeah. Looks kind of.
Well, that's the
Small.
thing. It's a sapling, meaning you need a branch. I think it only has one branch. And that's supposed to be called a trunk at one point.
Yeah, that does seem kind of unethical.
Right. Well, outside, there's probably an easy way to get some sacred grove things.
Okay. Well, if you
Say-
want. Wait, so you want me to like make it grow faster? You think that would be an appropriate?
No, a grove, you can't force a grove. A grove needs to grow on its own. That
Okay,
feels
so we
like
have to
it's
find
at
another
least
one.
50 years away from being what we need.
Okay, so we'll go outside after the meeting if you want to stay for that. I don't know how
Okay.
invested you are with people we talked to.
I think she was nice.
Also, sorry about last time. You kind of
Yeah,
got
well,
murdered.
it's. I'm sort of getting used to it for you, with all of you. That's why I'm being given more time relaxing.
I mean, we could send you back and then bring you back when you want to, like in an hour or two, if you'd like that.
I don't know. I'd feel like I'd be starting something and then getting me out before it's done. I think you have an
Okay.
expression on your world. I'm not sure what it is again. Anyways.
Okay.
It's
All
a
right. Yeah.
weird
Then
expression.
we'll.
I'm not sure. Something called blue? I don't know.
Ah. Okay. I think I know what you're talking about. Then. Yeah.
Like,
Remy knows what you're talking about. At least. I mean.
Being a monk, yeah,
Yeah. All right. Let's go to the meeting then.
Right, okay. Lead the way. Hey, not so
I
fast.
should hate it when you're being blue-fruited.
Okay. Yeah. You want me? I could carry you. Wait. How heavy is he?
He's a tree.
He's kind
He
of
is
heavy.
only like. He's not that
But
tall.
mind
though,
you,
right?
he's a rainy-sized tree.
Well,
but-
I mean, if
yeah.
we're gonna be going that slow anyways, and I'm carrying him, and we're going that slow, then it'd be fine.
He's also kind of branchy. He's gonna be poking into you.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be
Does
that
it look like that matters for me anymore?
You
You know what? Audience doesn't care.
He hugs the tree. There's the
Do what
branch
you
that goes
want.
right through his
Yeah,
head.
it just goes right through my face. I'm just like, all right, let's go.
Audience just looks at you and is like, man, if I had a torch and no morals, I could get rid of 2 of my problems right now. No kidding.
Two of my
Oh,
go-
Mac
Well, I
saved
mean,
your
you kinda have
life
a
at
choice.
least
I'm
twice.
joking. I'm joking.
Yeah, if I wasn't here, there's no.
Actually, you know
comp
what?
relief.
On the wait, did it only take like 20 minutes for us to get here? Or was
Well,
it
to
longer
get to
than
the
that?
center of the forest, it's probably more like 30 minutes. So you're gonna get out of the forest right as you're receiving that call.
You know, I mean, you know what? It's just like while on the walk, like Raimi will ritual cast like Tensor's floating disc.
Ah, good. All right, all right. So you make your way to the you make your way to the command quarter, and of course you meet a warden as you arrive there because you know that even gnomes are having trouble getting in. So you're probably gonna have trouble getting in there if you without permission. The warden asks you why you're
Hey, it
there.
went for a long time.
Yeah.
Pretty good record.
It's still a sensitive area of the ship. He wants to know why you're there.
We have I think I set it up already. I didn't call them. We need to have a meeting, a what do they call it? Orientation. It's important information.
Right? So
We're
what?
contacting someone from the island where we got stuck at.
Right. All right. Just let me warn the proper people.
Yep, no problem. I meant to call in before, but we kind of got busy.
Takes a moment. Tobiashi, you hear? Are you there? Hello.
Oh, yeah. Hello.
Hi.
Hey, Sashay.
I was wondering if
speaking
you'd
out
be...
loud.
Yeah. Fisher, you have that moment. Is that what I look like? I was still nervous. Wasn't sure that you were actually going to answer. Maybe last time was just a fluke and you really were dead and...
Uh-huh. No,
I'm
yeah,
just going
no.
nuts.
I'm just going crazy. No, we're fine. Well, we're about to enter the meeting.
Oh,
Hopefully
okay.
soon.
So you need a
So,
few more minutes.
yeah, just a few more minutes. Also, audience is here. Fisher's here. Remy's here, right next to me,
Okay. Well, that's good. Did you tell audience to wear a helmet
and
when
we
he
cut
leaves?
out. Sachet freezes. Hello, connection.
Oh, me. Okay.
The connection's bad.
The connection's bad.
Did you tell audience to wear a helmet when he goes out?
Oh yeah, I told audience and all of them everything that you told me.
Oh, okay.
The
Okay.
lie?
I'm not sure why Fisher and Remy needs to hear this, but okay.
Well, it's part of the information you told me about everything. So
Oh,
I just
okay.
they were
Okay.
well, they were on the call. We were doing a group chat type thing.
Right. Can you roll a deception for this?
What's a group chat?
Let's see, what's my deception? Yeah, +0. It was so close to being a natural one, but it's a 7.
Okay. You just hear the, yes, of course, of course. Group conversation. Tell me,
Yeah.
Tobiashi, have you ever had a romantic partner?
Well, I don't. I've never had like the urge to have one. I don't think of people as like as me wanting to be in a relationship that's like I think kissing's kind of gross.
Right?
As you say, right next to your
Audience,
husband.
audience is just like, yeah, it all makes sense now.
Yes, well, that's probably a good thing because, women tend to get irritated when you don't tell the truth.
Remy does that too.
Maybe starts tapping his feet.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't know that, but thanks for the information for the future, I guess.
Dude, this man is so dense.
In front of you, you have the warden says, "All right, please come in. Theak is going to join you in a few moments."
Okay, that sounds good. We're entering the meeting now, Sachet.
Okay. I'll give you a moment.
Like, please hold.
Please stand by.
Sorry, Tobiyashi character development going on here.
So Fisher, you have that moment when you look at Tobiashi's. Okay, so that's what I look like when I argue with Terranad.
Mhm.
Now I understand why they look at me funny. Especially when I do this in the street. So you're being led back to the debriefing room, and of course, when you arrive, you see Thayag, and Arunak is next to you, and you see you also see Ilithane, who's there. Right then.
So wait, Sachet, are you saying I should get good at lying or I should get better at telling the truth? Oh, wait, sorry. No, we're in the meeting. There is hello. Thayag is with us. And sorry, what's your name again? I'm looking over to the person sitting with Thayag.
Ilithane?
Ilithane. And Ilithane is here.
The guy.
Yeah, the guy. Ilithane is also here. They just want to know some information, or well, I mean, they would like to know any information you could tell them. This is basically Sachet, them, Sachet. She'll be speaking through me.
All right, are you in your meeting?
Yes, we're here.
You know, after 25 words, if she doesn't say anything, the conversation
Oh,
cuts.
shit. We're in the meeting. Say whatever you would like to say to them.
You hear...
I'll say it word for word.
You see Thayag in front of you say, maybe there's an easier way.
Yeah,
She
maybe.
takes a moment, she concentrates. She starts the gesture of a spell. And she casts a spell. All of your perception go dark. And when you open your eyes again, you're inside of a black room.
Guys!
Oh god, the second dream's already starting.
Fisher, you're there. Remy, you're there. Audience, you're there. Tobiashi, you're there. You see Thayag. You see Ilithane. And you see Sachet.
I feel better about the second dream now that we have these guys with us.
Thayag looks at all of you. She opens her eyes and she looks at you. I've adjusted the surrounding a little bit. We are all linked psychically. We can all hear each other's thought. Audience, we can all hear each other's thought. Stop thinking.
Audience.
Stop thinking about our friends behind.
Okay.
My jaw is literally on the ground. I have so much things going on in my head. I feel like
It's a version of Rory's telepathic bond that she just cast. So you're all connected telepathically. So the thing is, she can only speak through you, but everyone's going to hear what you hear.
okay.
So, what do you want me to talk about, Tobiashi?
So she speaks through me. So I'll just repeat everything she says.
No,
right?
everyone hears because they can hear your thought. The problem is that only you can speak to her.
Well, any information you have, everything that you told us, told me last night that I wasn't able to get to everybody else, other than the audience thing, and then
Yes, of course. Audience.
No, God damn it!
You forgot to put a helmet on.
Why would I? Oh, I can't talk.
Why would he put a helmet on?
I told you.
I think I had something stuck in my head ear. Um,
Tobiyashi,
God damn
you know you're not good at lying.
it. I'm not. All right, so she told me to have you wear a helmet because the other Kenku is throwing balls at you whenever you're outside.
Can you ask her, Toby, about how he created a spell that could get through the barrier?
He wants to know how there's a spell that could get through the barrier.
Okay, so that's good. You haven't received those balls yet.
You haven't received those balls yet, she said. That's good.
He can understand her. You just can't speak to her directly.
Oh.
Toby,
Yeah.
I can hear her.
I have to speak for everybody else. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's actually a very easy spell, and Ranam actually made modification on it, so you would know who did it. But essentially, any balls that are above 800 in numbers will have that information. Object don't have souls. And the way she says it, Fisher, it hits harder for you because it feels like she's repeating what Ranam said, which he probably heard from someone saying, "Object don't have souls," which is something you've heard people say about you.
If I had tear ducts.
Ask her if Ranam can control other objects from outside of the island.
I repeat what he says.
No, actually, it's just as I understand it, it's quite simple. He placed an enchantment that would seek you out and ram you with the object. He can do this because objects don't have souls, and so they are not judged when they leave or enter. But only object, anything that has a soul, will be judged.
Okay, so he's sending out objects from the island.
Yes. And
Got
this
it.
is a rather unique situation because this is the first time anyone from the island that has a soul actually found a way out. So you're unique. I'm not sure how good of a news that is, however.
Could he send, since he can send balls out, could he send like letters or maps or anything else out to collide with me? Could he modify the enchantment? Could you ask her that, Toby?
Yep, I say it.
Can he? Yes. Will he? I'm not sure.
You can tell him he can keep the collide with me part of it.
There it is.
Well, I just so
Guys, we're here for a purpose. We could talk about this
the
in a second.
first yes, of course.
This could be
of course.
important, Toby.
Well, just they said they wanted to know if we could make contact with you, and when we do, if they could talk to you.
Okay, fine. We'll come back to this there.
All right. So, what exactly did you want to know? Specific elements, please.
You freeze again.
Oh,
Do it jiggle.
Did I
Sorry,
freeze?
yeah.
Okay.
You froze, yes.
Oh, okay. No, she says. So, yeah. She asks, "What exactly do you want to know? Exactly." Did I freeze again?
No, you're
Okay.
good. I'm waiting for the other people's response so I could tell her what they say.
She asking us?
Everybody in the room.
Oh, she asking Tayag.
She's asking Thayag
Yeah.
and Um,
Yes,
the other
I
one.
am talking
Yeah.
to everyone. Apparently, it's an odd feeling. I can feel there are more people here. I just can't hear you.
Oh, she's saying she can't hear you
No,
guys.
she can hear you, Tobiyashi, but not them. But she feels them.
Yeah.
Oh, she can't hear you, so you're gonna have to tell me so I could talk to her,
Uh,
explaining everybody to everybody in the room.
So,
Saying
well,
hello.
first
you
of all,
want to?
probably the thing that would be important to say is that she looks fine. She looks for audience, she looks fine, but for the rest of you, she looks fine. She looks healthy. Her arm seems to have healed. She has both arm. Um, she isn't showing any signs of heavy scarring as if she had been fighting a whole lot. Um, she still has the same color. She's still a sort of violet tiefling with very long hair.
But what is Thayag and them saying? Are they saying anything to her?
They want to know. They're just there. They're listening. Thayag is creating the link so that you can
Hmm.
all share and hear what she's saying. Ilithane Ilithane mostly do things about the garden. He can't leave the garden, so it's information that he cares about, but it's not something
So
that he can do a
Sachet,
lot of.
they're gonna be listening. Um, just give off all the information that you have, so they know it, and anything of special interest since yesterday, if anything new has happened, about that spell. I'm waiting for her to respond so it
Do you
doesn't
know
cut
where
off.
Colin is? Did she?
She knows where Colin is. Explain where Colin is and that he's still alive.
Oh yes, Colin is still alive. He came back down. I don't know from where. A few months after all of you. It was easy to find him. Just followed the rumors of someone just crashing from the sky um, into a lake, and there he was. Uh, he followed us for a while, just to get to a safe place, and he's been doing research outside. He's been acting a bit as a scout. Um, Meanwhile, we have to move a lot because the wizard knows there's still some influence of you here. He often checks the large libraries, which forces us to move quite a bit. It actually was a bit of a challenge for Ranam to cast those spells as often as he was doing it, to send all of those balls to hunt for audience. But he managed to automate the entire thing, so now there's a bunch of ball throwers working by themselves, throwing
Are they?
balls all day long.
Are they still working?
Yes, they changed location by themselves. He made sure that no one would be able to find them and recognize what
So
they
there's
are.
not there's not a set number coming after audience. It's just kind of endless.
Tobiyashi, you convey the information.
Yeah, yeah, I convey the
Yes,
information.
he made sure the ball thrower could generate balls by themselves. Um, be sure to wear a helmet. The first 200 balls were made of cloth. Ball 200 all the way to 600 are made no, 800 are made out of leather. Every ball above 800 is made of stone.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not sure they've reached your location yet, however. Maybe that's why.
Uh-huh.
Raimi, minor illusions, the ball from yesterday.
What number's on it?
771.
So we currently have ball 771.
Oh. Uh,
It has been a year.
no, that's okay. Uh, don't stay outside too long. I believe we are reaching 1,600 next week. And he did say that if it reaches 1,800, he would start making balls made out of metal. So wear a helmet, please.
I don't know how much a helmet's gonna help against a.
Ball hurling from the sky at several miles an hour.
It's like the sizes of a basketball, right? Or
Yeah.
I guess a catapult shot.
Well, in basketball would be closer, yeah. Well, hopefully, you're only gonna have to deal with leather balls and cloth balls. If 771 reached you, it's been 5 weeks since that one left. Maybe the stone one haven't reached you yet.
Is he trying to kill him, or is he just trying to mess with him?
Well, originally he was just wanting to get even, and when he saw that the balls kept going, he realized that audience might have found a way to protect himself. So that's why he upgraded, and since it keeps throwing balls, his anger keeps increasing, and now it's become personal because he defiled some of the books in the library.
Audience, when?
Maybe
Why?
slaps his forehead.
Why would you do that?
Because he wanted to get even from what he did earlier. I don't know if you, audience, it's not a good idea to antagonize wizards and sorcerers.
Raimi's eyes go
Or muted.
deep stare off in the distance.
I'll just keep in mind that if he's trying to kill me, I'll remember that for the next time I see him and take actions accordingly.
Oh dear.
It's really awkward that he's looking over my shoulder reading this book.
I really hope he doesn't figure out how to make exploding balls. Okay.
Any chance you could mention that so many of the balls weren't finding their mark because we weren't literally there? Maybe calm him down a little bit.
I have something important.
Have you? Okay.
Is there any way you could have Khan try to scout the whereabouts of Fisher's family?
That would be
okay.
appreciated.
Where
but I also,
where does he need to go?
Only if he's
they're
able to.
on the that's the problem. They're on mid-south.
Right. Because
On
that's
Mid-South.
always
So
easy.
that's like Toby,
It
remember
was a
how
suggestion.
Yeah.
Well, I'm certainly going to...
I would love to know, but that's probably not. I don't know if you would make it.
So, tell me, Is there a reason why you haven't asked Terry to reach them?
Does Terry have sending?
Yes.
Fuck me.
The problem is that they're
I
going to
repeat-
receive a bunch of stars, so... but-
Yeah.
I was gonna
Like,
say.
I
'cause
mean, we've been
Fisher's
exchanging
not too
text
bright.
messages like a while now.
Doesn't Terry
But-
also have like crazy like true sight? Like,
That's his
I
normal
mean-
sight because of how he sees.
can't he like see the stars?
I
Yeah,
don't.
Fisher's just
He
not
can't
too
see
bright.
through the planet, though.
Okay, that's fair.
You know, this isn't a flat. Is this a flat Earth?
Terry, is this a flat Earth? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, Terry, is this a flat Earth?
You haven't
My
included
Earth
him
is
in the
flat,
call.
but
Can we include him into the call?
If you want. That should be easy to do. Okay, it just takes a moment. Fisher...
Terry is part of this party. I'm not gonna lie. I mean,
Yeah, he did some heavy lifting in the.
he did. He
Second
should be in this
Quite
call. Hey,
literally.
get him in the. Get Terry in this call real quick.
Alright, it takes a few moments and Terry is added to call. You see just Terry floating in midair in this room. But the oddest thing happens when you do this. All of you...
This is yeah, because this isn't. This is telepathically,
Oh yeah,
right?
he doesn't know any words that you all know, but
Hey guys, it's me, Terry.
but the thing is, you can feel his emotions now. You can feel how he is. He feels a little confused and expectant. You know, wants to know what's going to happen next.
Can I like cast minor illusion here?
You're inside of your mind.
you
Can I
can just
think of some
illusion it with your
stars?
brain.
Yeah, can I?
The
Can I
thing
brain
is,
some stars
so
at him, or
you're all inside of this telepathic bond. The reason why he can't communicate easily with you is because he doesn't know your language. But you know his language. So
Yeah.
this can't be translated for him. So essentially you could speak. The spell would make it so that he will understand it.
oh,
So
sick.
now I talked to Fisher to tell Terry that Sachet is talking to
Terry feels enthusiastic about this. You get a feeling that he really enjoyed talking to her.
Terry enjoyed your company, Sachet.
Oh, that's nice. I enjoyed his company too.
She had a great idea that you would be able to attempt to reach out to the rest of our family.
Fisher's telling him the idea.
Oh, good.
I don't know if they would be able to understand you, but they'd get something, and they seem pretty smart over there, so they might be able to figure it out.
Do you feel approbation from Terry? He will try. So he takes a moment, concentrates. You
I
see,
believe with how sending works, they should also know that it's from him and be able to.
well,
Yeah.
yes, in this case, they will know it's from him. There's a moment where you all feel him, and he reaches out to your sweet
Cistern? The cistern?
No, the other one. The one that wakes people by slapping them as hard as if she if she had a brick in her hand. Tender. You hear that message going out. Then immediately you hear, "Who's that? Why am I seeing stars? Did someone knock me out?" Terry!
Hello?
Is that you?
Wait, how many people's consciences are about to be in here?
It's starting to
I'm
be a very
assuming
complex.
it's the same effect that we can talk to, or we can hear Sachet, but
Yeah, but only Terry can actually
yeah, but we
communicate.
have to talk
But
through Terry, and he can only
Terry
talk
Terry is
with
using a
Bond.
spell, so he has limited numbers of time he can do this.
Yeah, that is.
All right,
yeah.
so this
Sachet?
is how it's basically here. So everybody in this room is essentially in a Skype call together, but Todd is in a separate
Discord.
Google Meet call with Shay, and then Terry is on his phone while in the Skype call texting somebody else on their
But he
phone.
only has a certain number of texts available. He's super broke, and so he's only got a flip phone that is
Yeah.
per text based.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, like
Cost,
don't you guys
and he's-
miss that time where cell phone plans had a limited number of text messages?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, I have this amount of money left, so I can send another 12 message.
Hey, there you go, Fisher.
All right, so
So
Fisher,
actually, if
you
you
got.
based his on the Aberrant Mind Sorcerer, then you can spend sorcery points in order to cast the sending spell, and then
Mhm.
So Fisher,
He does technically have a good amount, but
you know that
Yeah.
at least one member of your family is still alive.
yeah.
Terry wants to know what he answers.
Oh, right, because Terry can't understand what you responded to. I will translate for Terry what he said.
He still wants to know what he answers.
he wants to know what to answer her.
Oh, what to answer?
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, this is the version where he's showing his text message phone to the camera of the
Yeah.
Skype call so that other people can read it.
Exactly.
You know, I guess it could get worse than Remy. You know, I feel like I understand Remy now, and this is getting out of hand.
Or one of these days, I'm gonna organize my notes better.
So what are you looking for?
To my knowledge, do any of them are any of them able to cast comprehend languages? I believe there were some casters. I'm trying
Well,
to.
Tender is a priest, so
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Well, they can cast tongues, which is I
Mhm.
think the relevant spell here.
Occult is an artificer. You can,
Artificers don't get comprehend languages. They do get
Yeah.
tongues, though.
but they can make an object which would duplicate the effect. No.
Only if it's a spell that they know.
Oh yeah, that's
On
right.
Mhm.
Okay, well, in that case, they
Comprehend languages is not as versatile, not as spread out of a spell as people are so used to having wizards in their
Yeah.
in their
Mhm.
thing that they don't generally have to worry about.
Mhm.
All right.
Yeah, I think it's just the wizard spell list, and I think wizard, warlock, sorcerer, bard. Those are the ones who normally get it.
Oh, no bard.
And Tobiyashi the monk.
Well, you've got a mask.
Magic item,
You've
that
got
doesn't
a
count.
magic item. That does, yeah.
Although, I believe the Helm of Comprehend Languages is something that an artificer can make pretty easily and quickly if
That's what I meant.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but anyway, they've been taken by surprise. It would take a little bit of time to create a helm.
Yeah. Well, Terry doesn't have to. Well, I guess he kind of does. Once we're not doing this thing anymore, they can only respond to Terry, and then Terry can't understand what they're saying, even if they can understand what Terry's saying.
But anyway, I think
Unless
the
they
more
do
relevant spell
tongues.
here is tongues anyway.
Yeah, that's
Because comprehend languages would imply that you're either
it'd still work though, right? Because it lets you just understand everything.
well, it's like tongue. So like comprehend languages is like written speech, and you have to be able to touch the thing that you're writing.
No,
Whereas like
it's all
tongues is based on
spoken.
things that you hear and say.
Comprehend languages gives you spoken language
Well,
too.
it doesn't give you the ability to speak back.
Yeah.
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 All right, so Terry wants to know what he says.
I think Fisher just goes, well, they're not going to be able to understand what you say.
Oh, actually, wait,
Um,
Rami. I mean, like Rami would just like like project into his mind, just like moment, just like one is a pile of dead bodies. In question mark.
Okay.
Because Fisher hasn't asked that question yet.
No. I'm
well,
wondering.
I'm trying to think of how to ask a question because they won't be able to understand anything that Terry tells them. I mean, I'd
No,
try to
hold
ask him to-
hold on. Terry is using minor illusion when he speaks. So
Mhm.
Terry looks at Remy when he does this, and Terry sends the same image.
Okay, that works.
You hear, no pile of dead bodies around me. Oh, me! No, we're alive! Are you alive?
I'll tell him to send a thumbs up. Don't understand that.
You say you say to Terry, send her a thumbs up. And you feel confusion. You feel the answer, what's a thumbs up?
I do this, that.
Like, actually, I guess it would be kind of like since we are in a rarest telepathic bond, it's like Raimi is more communicating now the general thoughts of everything's safe, everything's clear, everything's good.
Yeah, and since you are in a bond, everyone's hearing your feelings. Terry takes a moment.
God, my nipples are really hard. I mean,
What the fuck, dude?
Theag looks at
Oh, wait, what, you
Tobiashi,
can
and
hear
then
that?
Theag's look at audiences. Audience, stop staring. There is a reaction in your body right now.
And now Terry's confused again.
What do I send? Oh no, we have the first dick pic. It has become a thing. No. So,
could never escape.
yeah, no, there's always someone that eventually creates that first thing. Oh, good lord.
You know, they say that it's really
TTP in video games is what it's called. The time to penis. It's how long into a video game after you give people the ability to draw that they make a penis.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware. I was not aware of that one. Oh, that's
or
intriguing.
even just in general, like how long it takes, like once something has been invented for for men to sexualize it.
And women. I've seen women do this too.
Yeah, but men do it faster.
Yeah.
We do. Anyway, so
So yeah, Terry takes a moment and figures.
I'm explaining everything to Sachet that I could hear and see.
So you feel the confusion of Terry. Eventually, he understands and sends the thumbs up. And simultaneously, you can hear Sachet. Oh goodness! I hope he sends the right thing. There's some image you really should not be sending to a woman.
Sends a thumb up Theag's ass or Sachet's ass.
I never even thought of sending images to somebody.
When it's your method of communication, it works.
Mm-hmm.
You know, someone that's sending a sending spell, but that only knows sign language, you're basically going to receive a whole bunch of signs. That's how you communicate.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So is everything good on that end?
You hear the answer. Oh, good. Everyone's alive. That's good. That's good.
Surprising, but good.
I do have to admit, it's a little bit of a surprise. How about you?
And it's over.
Oh, a bitch.
You feel a feeling of anxiety, and then Malcolm's still alive.
You see Terry take a deep breath, because it's exhausting him a little bit to cast all of those sending spells. Sends the spell about. He sends the image of Malgam.
I'll
No.
give it the idea of, you know, we can spread this out across a few days if he wants.
He would. He did send the last one before you had time to say something, so you hear the answer. Yes, Malgam is quite healthy. He wonders if your feet still taste like oranges.
They do.
That's not. You don't have to respond to that.
Oh, anyways,
we don't need to answer that question.
Back to now that we know they're alive, I'm glad that somebody thought to bring it up. I feel like, is there anything that you guys would like to ask Sachet? Not you three, the other two.
Thehag takes a moment. Any information you have regarding the protection of the tower would be nice. What kind of spell is preventing things from going through or out of it? I have a small idea, but the beacon was not activated for long enough. Can you send that back to her?
Yes, I sent it to her.
You wait a moment, and then eventually she says, "Is there more that you'd like to say?" Remember, I can't hear a thing if you speak more than 25 words. You have to let me say something.
You have to. Okay, so can you cut it up into parts?
Yes, of course.
When you say it to her. Okay. So say what you just said to her, and then I'll relay it, but I can't say too much, or she'll not hear it.
All right, so there is a weird phone tag being played here, and eventually all of the information is being sent. All right. About the protection around the tower. Well, there is a bit of a bad news about this. You've sort of inspired the wizard to do better. Someone was able to teleport out, which he was, according to a village that disappeared, not too pleased with this. and
Oh.
Civ was the one sent to destroy the village. So I'm guessing we have two people which aren't pleased. He's being hard at work building new stuff, increasing the security around the island. There's a new layer of validation that now needs to be taken into account if you want to use the train again. We haven't been able to ascertain what it was. We'd need to be more in order to be able to try another, to get to the central island again. But I've heard in the street from resistance group and, well, to be quite honest, guerrilla groups, that security has been greatly increased. Nothing gets through right now. I mean, some even have tried to use spells to spy, and he's even shielded the spire against simple sensory spells. He's really up all kind of protection.
Help.
Damn.
We've heard that he's very eager for all of you to try again.
Wonderful.
So we're gonna do the unfortunate sons drop down through a plane. I mean, from a helicopter.
So you could expect new machines when you get here. And he's been sending Civ to hunt for you.
Well, if we find a way to get Krill back, then that would probably be a good thing. If the first thing we run into is Civ.
Also, if we don't die in the time it takes us to get Krill into him.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Krill is still alive? I was hoping that it wasn't Krill that had adopted this new color.
Kind of.
We're trying to heal him. I figured out a way to heal
Regenerating
him.
him. He's
Regenerating
in
him.
stasis right now.
He is still alive. He's not fully dead.
Well,
I report.
the symbiotes are very powerful. If you can't get him close to Civ, if he is completely healed, what you said makes sense last time, Tobiyashi. He may still be fighting. So, because we can also see this dust every time he is given an order, I really get the feeling that he's exerting pressure. And this is a limited resource. So essentially, if you can antagonize him long enough, the symbiote inside of him may get weak enough that Krill may be able to take back control.
Long enough doesn't sound like immediately.
Well, he was able to destroy a village before he had to go back. So
We just have to play defense, you know?
Remember when we trained with him?
Well, obviously, but, you know, when we go back, we're going to have more people, and I mean, you know,
Be stronger.
be stronger. I'm going to have a griffin bone. I'm sorry, wrong message.
what's a griffin? Sachet says.
A bird lady. I mean, sorry, not bird. Majestic beast.
And you want a bone from a majestic beast?
I don't want. Okay, yeah. Let's just. It was a stray memory thing.
Right, you have to be careful when you're using spells. They can convey stray ideas.
For some reason, I'm thinking about boobs, but I don't think it's my thought. I'm just...
Everyone turns toward audience.
Meanwhile, suddenly
Randy,
there's
why
just a
were
lot
you
of.
thinking that?
Meanwhile, there's just suddenly a lot of nopes happening in
Nope,
the middle of
no,
this call.
No.
In different people's voices.
In many languages.
I think we should end this before it gets too intimate.
Right. Well, you do know that I can only hear what you convey. So if you don't start talking about boobs, I will not hear about boobs.
That is true, huh? That is true. Okay. Yeah. So, anything else after that's conveyed from Theag and...
Well, Theag takes a moment. Ilithane also reflects. Well, it does seem we will have to prepare properly for this mission. Audience was on an interesting train of thoughts, I think. If Ranam can figure a way to send things, maybe we can figure a way to send things. Now we know what Sachet looks like.
Shay is about to get some balls to the face.
After they say looks like, you just hear hot.
No,
Audience is still impressed that people were like, audience had an interesting train of thought. That's the first time you'd ever heard that.
Well,
Then, of course, when audience heard that, he immediately thought about the train that they took.
And then he opened his eyes and he saw Sachet, and then you start hearing, oh yeah, beautiful.
Audience is actually mine. Hopefully no one can see his mind, because his mind right now is playing out how he's going to kill Radagon.
Well, it is a telepathic bond, so so long as Tobiyashi doesn't convey this information,
I wouldn't. I would.
However, Terry now feels murderous intent coming from audience.
I will play the. I will do what they said though, about the sachet and teleporting and stuff.
All right. Theag takes a moment and looks directly at you, Tobiyashi. Can you convey to Sachet that I might be contacting her later today? Now that I know what she looks like, I can use the resources at hand to create a more useful spell and have a more direct conversation.
Okay, I relay it. They'll be contacting you with a better spell. Be ready later today.
Oh, good. That way I can know how they all feel.
You don't want to know.
Tobiyashi. Just remember.
I'm cold. I'm hungry.
I'm cold.
I'm
itchy.
cold.
I'm hungry. Girls?
You're getting like the memories. You're getting the thoughts from my other me too, and they're just seeping in. God, I've been walking for so long. It's getting hot out here.
All right. Well, with all of this, I think we have enough that we can coordinate something. We have a way to talk to all of you. And we...
You good?
Yes. It's Theag talking. Apparently word got out that you were communicating with those left behind. There's a gnome who wants to join in.
No, what? How did they figure out?
No, it's not. It's. I assume it's Khan.
It's Colin's girlfriend.
Is it Khan's girlfriend? Oh my
Yes.
fucking god.
Oh. Well. Yeah. Actually.
Now we're getting Khan in on this? Oh my god.
Well, we can't get him. 'cause
Khan.
Okay.
All right.
The apprehension in the room increases.
Can I leave this call?
Well, if
Unfortunately, the spell lasts for an hour.
if you want to, if you want to, yes, we could also just tell Nia that she's a bit too late. Anyways, I think you're all getting a bit tired of hearing each other's thought.
It's my mind. It's gonna explode.
We have a way to reach Sachet again. Maybe in the future it would be easier if you just give me a few days to perfect something. We'll have a conversation which everyone can participate in and give their idea. And maybe we'll be able to get Calm joining this. Having a fresh perspective from the battlefield might actually help. And we'll probably have to tell Nia we're gonna try this again.
Yeah. You can tell Nia Khan's alive.
Good.
And also, yeah, I relay that.
Right, so the Sachet is all right. I'll be expecting something. Anything else you want to ask me before we leave? It is getting a little bit dark here.
Just call me whenever you feel like you need to.
Okay, good. I'm just saying, does anyone has something specific to ask me or to ask Ranam or Calm?
Audience.
No.
Remy?
Just let him know we're sorry he got left behind, but
And we're
glad
coming
he's
back.
okay.
Okay,
We will be coming back
Tell
for you
Ranam
guys.
if he doesn't stop the spell, it's gonna mean war.
I don't say what audience says. I say what Fisher says, and I say, we're coming back for you guys. We promise we'll be there. That's all you need to know.
Okay, good. I can't.
The image of audience is just screaming in the background.
Toby, actually, you see Audience's image right in front of you. Right in front of you, you can barely hear what she's saying. The last words she's saying in this conversation, with Audience screaming at you. Tell her.
No, I can't tell her that. I don't want to start a war.
He threw
What
the
was that
first
called?
stone. I'm gonna
He's-
throw the final one.
He's gonna throw bombs.
Okay, I see
King
that you're.
Stones do a bomb fight.
Yeah. Call me later. Bye.
Yeah, okay, bye. Just remind Audience that they're.
Bros.
Wear a helmet. Don't antagonize a sorcerer. Just
Alright,
saying.
You froze
You cut
again.
out.
Yeah,
You missed.
Oh.
bro. It's like it
good.
hung up. It was perfect. It was
Okay.
Very good
Perfect.
comedic timing.
Okay. Well, I don't mind if this were the conversation. So, what was the last thing you said you heard?
She was about to say something, and you were like, and you froze.
Yeah.
All right. Well, she was.
It's probably just the final thing she was gonna say.
Oh yeah, no. She was just going to say, remember to tell Audience that an object that casts permanent polymorph on a hit is a thing. Don't start a
Oh,
war
God.
with mages and sorcerers.
He can cast true polymorph. Audience, fuck did you do?
I'll
Pissed
tell him.
off,
I'll make sure to remind him too. I think everyone will.
at least 17th level wizard.
It's okay. Audience is about to go find a 20th level wizard to fight back. I'm gonna soul bind myself to whatever hits me also hits him.
Uh,
And you know what? I think I can out tank a wizard.
So after I end the call, what happens?
well, it's really Thayag. If you is because Sachet, all she has to do is write in her book, and you're hearing what she's writing.
Yeah.
When what she gets is
Yeah, you can't hang up on her.
yeah, that's basically it.
Ah, shit.
She can hang up on you, but you can't hang up on her.
So she could just hear me talking if I just keep going, and then she's like,
Up until
Well,
25
up
words.
to the 25 word.
But you
all
know,
right, Thayag, we're good.
if she keeps going, yeah, she's gonna hear you all the way to the end.
Damn it.
So everything cuts. You go back to the outside. You see Thayag just lower her arm. Well, that was an interesting experience. Well then, I think you all have things to think about. I think you hear Sira in the background say, I think audience needs to learn to manage his own thought.
Audience is already gone. Audience is going
Can we-
to go send a letter.
Can we leave before Colin's girlfriend gets in here?
Don't worry, she's still at the entrance. But I'm not sure she's gonna let it go for the next time. All right. Well then, we're gonna have to think about a few things, and I think.
You guys sell griffin bones?
Why do you want a griffin bone?
The dog druid wants a griffin.
The
bone.
dog
Oh.
druid wants a griffin bone.
Yeah, okay, that explains it. Well, there's a. You can probably commission someone to get one, or you can go into the merchant quarter and see if anyone brought back any griffin bone.
Okay. Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Fisher and Remy. I'm sure you have things to do. Remy, I'm pretty sure you're starting to
Yep.
get hungry. I could hear your stomach.
That's what that noise was.
I just want to see have Fisher's facing. That's what it is when the stomach. Oh, now that sounds makes sense.
Like,
Would have been
actually-
my first feeling of actually feeling
Hungry.
hunger, but I felt that at audience's temple, so
I could think it's maybe the first time you didn't feel manipulated into being hungry.
yeah.
You're
I was
just
hungry that whole
sensing what
time.
the discomfort that comes from being hungry from
Now
somebody
you know
else.
what. Now you know what constant hunger feels like too, because I'm always hungry. Always.
Yeah, and if you were green, you would always be angry.
All right. I think.
so.
I think.
No, you can all leave this quarter. You have probably a few hours before going to bed. I can fast forward to bed so that the stream ends at the end of the day. Or if there's things you'd like to do for the last few hours of the day, we're gonna do this. We're gonna stop it here and do this on the next episode.
Okay.
Yeah, we have stuff. I think I have stuff I need to do before going to bed.
Stuff to do.
So-
All right, so we end this on
Yeah.
this note.
I need to send a letter. Multiple letters.
To who? Who do you want?
Well, I was already gonna send a letter to Amiali's sister about meeting up because of the research. Now I'm just gonna add in the thing of I want to take down another powerful sorcerer. Help me do it.
You're gonna have a wizard sorcerer war.
It's not gonna be a war. It's just gonna be a war until he stops the spell and admits that I've won.
That sounds like a war.
You know, there's a.
I don't know what you know about wars, but usually they end.
I'm just saying. Right now in the world, there's a similar situation involving a really large country and a really small country, and it's basically the same thing.
I think we should. I think we gotta end the stream on that note. I think.
We just
Listen, if he's sending metal balls at me, or even stone, that could kill me. I take that as a serious threat.
Yeah.
If he wants to do that, I'm coming after him.
God.
Audience would sooner die than apologize. And or admit any wrongdoing.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to go back to that episode and see who started it. I think it's audience, but all right. So with this, we'll end today's episode because we keep piling up lost frame. So we're currently at. Wow, we're currently at 6 minutes missing.
Yeah.
All right. So with this, oh goodness, and I think the message on Twitter has just been sent about the stream ending. So I think we really need to end the stream. All right. So a little bit of music, fire camp. That's good. All right, so with this, today's episode ends. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Hey, we had someone new in the chat, so that was nice. And you said you were going to be there for the Friday rebroadcast. So if you were there and you watched it, I hope you enjoyed the portion that you missed. Otherwise, yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Hope you had a pleasant evening. Well, whatever part of the day it is for you. Things are probably going to start picking up because all of the lore and information and things like this have been sent to the players. Now they need to figure their things out. So,
Do side quests.
Side quests.
Yeah, now we need to do side quests to power levels so that we're ready for the end game stuff.
Yeah. And, you know, there's the main quest. You have to figure out how to... You have to figure out Shadow of a god. You're pretty sure you know where the feather is. You only have to get it. And you're pretty sure about where you can find an unbreakable mine. You have to figure out how to save him, because the alternative is to let him die. That would also grant you what you're seeking. So, whole bunch.
Those are my side quests. I don't know what you're talking about. I gotta get a griffin bone. I think that's a pretty main quest.
It's the main quest. Getting the griffin bone and getting
It's a level up when he gets that griffin bone.
I think I need that, if I'm gonna be honest.
And
Honestly, with the way Toby's going about it, it might be a level up for him. With how complicated he's making it first.
I'm just saying, right now, you have 3 side quests that are 4, if you count what audience is doing. 4 side quests that, if you put them all together, might actually cover a full level. So, 1 level closer to level 20 if you do all of this.
The Griffin
I
bone
hope
has to be the last
murdering
one,
a
too.
level 18 sorcerer would get me a lot.
All right, so yeah, maybe we'll be doing side quests for a full level, getting things done, getting power to our players, or maybe you're
I'm
gonna
not
have
holding
to
my
do.
breath though.
Sorry.
So I'm not holding my breath though.
Well, I would like to see those those 4 side quests being done, because each of them can give you something. When I say a side quest, I really mean a side quest that has a reward that is of significance for all of you. So consider doing them. You don't have to do them all at once. You know, just, oh, let's go. We're going to do a full level. No. I'm going to take it into account. Going to make the level up earlier if you do these side quests for each level. So you actually face the end of the chapter stronger than what was anticipated. So.
Wait, so what are the side quests? It's the Griffin, it's
The one that you know,
the
you
branch,
have-
and then what are the other two?
No. He means like character side quests.
Oh,
Well, what you're doing with the branches and all of this, it all is considered a side quest. Doing
Okay.
the task itself, that of getting
Get you to
your
the next
spider, of getting your spider tamed.
That's checkpoint in the quest.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
the
okay.
end of the quest. But the elements inside of the quest, getting the bone and then getting the sacred tree branch, those are 2 steps that if you do them all, at the end you will get something of importance for the adventure, for your personal growth, for
and I
whatever.
still have to talk to the priest.
Yeah, so that's 1 side quest. You have 4 in total. Audience has 1 with everything he's doing, and there are 2 others. 1, I'm pretty sure you're not expecting it, but you did do things which triggered it. And maybe you have an idea of the 4th one. So, we'll see. We'll see when it starts. And you get, oh, really? I did that? Cool.
Oh, yeah.
Or
that'll be
everyone's
nice.
going to look
All
at
right.
you and say, why did you do that? All right, so like I started saying, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Remember, if you enjoyed the show, you can support us. It is appreciated. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, I would very much like to add a 0 at the right end of the number for the quantity of people that are at least following us. At least get over 1,000. I really would appreciate it. At least get over a 500. You know, you can at least say 500. Alright, so. Support us if you can. Follow us, leave a like, leave a comment where you can. Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. We have them all. Of course, you can give a donation. That's always very much appreciated by me. Become a Patreon. That would also be very much appreciated. Subscribe on Twitch. Also appreciated. But if you can't do any of those, there is a very free thing and probably not time-consuming thing that you can do. Spreading the word of this channel. It helps. I swear it helps. Promise. So, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. See you next Wednesday or Friday if you're watching the rebroadcast. And if I find someone to raid, 3 raiders or more, and we raid on Friday. For those who watch me tomorrow, Thursday for the map making stream, see you tomorrow. And that's it. See you next week. As always, stay safe and stay healthy. Good night.
Good night.
Denny.
Night.